Now I'm starting that. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. It is Thursday, right? Yes, it's Thursday. Okay, so this is what we did last stream. I was happy with this. Oh, let's get rid of that. Yeah, I was happy with this painting. It was fun. It was like I started with Google Street View, and then it was someplace in South Korea. It was in Seoul, South Korea. And then I basically added extra lighting and little fantasy elements. I thought it was fun. It was a fun thing to do to sort of give a real place a spin, sort of a fantasy spin or twist. So I think I'm going to do that again today. Something very similar. Mostly, and also partly because I didn't decide on what I actually want to do today. So we're just going to do some painting from digital location or on location, I guess. I think that'll be fun. I don't know. I had a good time doing it. So that is my plan. But I'm also happy to do random tangents and blab about stuff and all that good stuff. Because it's a little weird, because normally I explain my process and like thumbnailing and coming up with ideas, but I obviously am not doing that when I'm doing this sort of Google Street View painting, because I'm not coming up with the idea, really. I mean, I'm not thumbnailing it out, I'm not making the same sorts of associations with color palette and all that. Like, it's pretty much just, it's a very different process, like, mentally. Like, painting-wise, it probably almost looks the same. And I even try to paint the street views and stuff in a similar way that I would paint normally. So, like, instead of just painting, like, here's a house, here's a tree, here's a whatever. Like, something like this, I think, is a good example. This is actually the type of scene that I recommend people start out with if you've never painted environments and, like, I want to know how to paint environments. This is like... Oh, you can't see it yet. This, sort of, it's like a foggy landscape. Honestly, the best type of scene you can possibly paint. This is like, especially if you're doing something like learning one-point perspective or something, obviously the road is nice, but even if you turn the view and just do like a side view like this is probably much easier, because you, instead of having to do like linear perspective getting narrower and stuff, you're really just drawing these lines. So we could do something like that, just to show like how we might do that. We could do that. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. What's happening with my chat? Oh, there we go. So yeah, I think this will just be my warm-up, and also partly for like VOD purposes. I think it'll be nice to show like the, a simple, I don't know, simple environment. Because I feel like we get a lot of people who are like, I don't do a lot of environments, or, especially on Twitch, right? Because most people, if you just browse through Twitch streams, most of them are not, most of them aren't environment streams. Very few. There's like me and Skittle and Chlor and a handful of us. And then, of course, there's some people who do a little bit of everything, or are certainly capable of doing a little bit of everything, but there's really not that many people painting environments on Twitch, like, at any given time. Maybe 1 or 2 streams at any given time. So, I find that interesting. I actually like that. I remember when we first started streaming. Let me print screen here. Take a screenshot. But I remember when I first started streaming on Twitch, there was a lot of talk within like me and some other streamers communities, because I spent a lot of time talking about like, trying to get into streaming, like learning about it, because that's kind of what I do when I try to get into anything. And there was, even amongst like other new streamers, not so much me, because I knew that I didn't want to do like anime, but there was a lot of people like, maybe I should just paint anime because it's more popular. I'm like, oh my gosh, no, like and in hindsight, it's obvious that like you should do the thing you like, but also yes, there's more people who might want to view that, but there's also a lot more people doing it, and so it's the numbers spread out. And I would even argue there's more people wanting to stream it than people wanting to see it. And so like just doing the popular thing, you're just like you're in a gigantic ocean, right? Whereas if you do like a what's like the big fish small ocean thing or whatever, like a big fish or medium fish in a little pond, or a small fish or a big fish in a big pond. Anyway, I'm mixing analogies, but I feel like if you do the popular thing, you're basically jumping into the big ocean. Like yes, there's a lot of viewers, but also there's a lot more people producing, and so you're still just like you're a little fish in a big ocean. Whereas if you just, I don't know, I feel like doing the less popular thing just makes, I don't know, for me it makes more sense. And also it's what I wanted to do. So, but I do like this location's nice though. I wonder. I mean, this kind of scene is okay where you do. I wonder if we can't get somewhere a little more varied. Oh, here we go. This is starting. See, this is nice. I like this location. I like, yeah, these plants are cool. Okay, let's do that. Something like that. That'll be another one. I mean, we're only gonna do one of these, but I'm gonna use the other one as a demo because I think it's interesting. Okay, let's put that on here. That way I can show my screen. Let's go like this. That. Oh. There. Okie dokie. That'll work. Not perfect, but that should do it. Nope, let's do this. Switch back to camera. One of these days, I've never done this, but I know other people who have. They've gone live without actually being live. Now I feel like I have to check. Okay, I am live. That's good. Good. I'm live. Alright, what am I doing here? I am opening a file. Let's start with the thumbnail. These were what we did last stream. So this was the painting we did from Google Street View. Actually, all of these were our Google Street View paintings. And this one is what we ended up picking. And we went with it and made it turn into this. So I turned it a little darker, much more blue, added the glowy lights. Anyway. Let's save this as a new file in a new folder with a new name. 839. A lot of streams. 839 streams. Dang. Okay, let's delete these. And I'm apparently on the wrong layer here, so let's just go like this. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's go on the actual layer and delete it. Because I want to change the background color for fun. Let's make it something warm. Maybe that warmth will pop through in the background. So let's do paint bucket. Let's just do that. Is that a good color? I mean, it's very fleshy color. It's something. I think it'll work. Okay, let's do one of these paintings. So I'm just gonna randomly talk as if I'm, hey Fox, how's it going? As if I'm explaining things to like a total beginner. I realize though, if anybody is here, like if anybody wants to change conversation topic to something else other than just me rambling about like basic stuff, feel free to like talk. But yeah, how are you, Fox? So I think for these, this is such a perfect example, in my opinion, of the foggy forest kind of environment because it has a ton of atmospheric perspective. So you can pretty much just start with like a gradient. And in this case, we have our 4 layers: foreground, midground, part 2, and background. I don't know what you call it. But yeah, it's like it's literally this. This is our scene. And of course, these lines go at a slightly different angle than I was gonna paint them. But like this right here is our scene. And in this background layer, you have all the trees, right? Literally just trees. And then this midground layer, it's a flat row, and then this one you have the flowers. Like that's the scene. It literally is that easy. It's 3 layers. And like obviously this layer has, you know, is a bit green. But like, and then this layer is a bit brown. But like that, oh, you can't see that. Like that though, see? It's literally that image. Like it's just a gradient from light to dark. And obviously in this one, these 2 middle values are a little closer than I made them, right? So I don't, do you guys do this much? So like, I'm sure, I assume a lot of people who paint portraits in anatomy really well do this, where like, once you know the structure, you kind of ignore what's in the photo. Like, not really, but like if the lighting doesn't show the muscles that you know are there, you still use your sort of knowledge of the form to like sketch the contours, even if it may not be apparent in the photo. Because I feel like that's kind of what I'm doing here, where like I know the structure of the photo is that there's these hills and these separations of depths, and so I just add them in and I exaggerate the values. Like I could come in and make this, you know, harder to see like that, but that's just not going to be as clear. I don't know. So I always, so like when I'm doing like breaking down an environment, I'm not actually always painting exactly what I see. Sometimes I'm painting like I'm intentionally simplifying. Howdy, Skittle, how's it going? Skittle, the very first image that we stumbled across today was the perfect like beginner landscape painting with just like your standard foggy forest. It's like the perfect explanatory thing where you just it's so basic and I love it. I still get I get a lot of joy painting these very simple environments that like you could teach someone, or someone could paint for the first time in like probably 20 minutes of never having painted before. They could do just as good of a job as this, because it's not even that good of a job, right? It's literally 3 lines. Anyway, I like it. I enjoy this kind of thing. It's like such a just very atmospheric, no lights, you know, no direct light source, just fog, foreground, midground, background. Anyway, Google Street View. All right, that's going to be our warm-up. This is also the same scene, but I feel like this one is a good, like, you know, if this is level 1 for, like, total beginner, this is level 2, where it's more or less the same thing, but now you're adding just a touch of actual perspective, right? So, like, it's not as simple as foreground, midground, and background. Like, you still have it, kind of, sort of, but not really. It's still the same values, right? But now that foreground and midground is now merged into one shape, and now you need to know some perspective, right? Like, here's our perspective, and so you have these lines converging. I don't know. I don't need to make them exactly the same. Steel says, the perfect example to explain depth and values. Yeah, and it's like it's funny because literally from the same image, here I'll bring up the literal map crunch. It's from the same image, you have the perfect thing for depth and atmospheric perspective, right? And then in the same view, you just turn the camera angle, and now you're using 1 point perspective for the road, but it's the same scene. So it's like, it honestly is such a good, I think it's such a good example. And up the road a little bit, it becomes even better because you get more depth. Or something like this, right? Where you have these clear background, like right here, for example, where you have these background, midground things. Like, these are so good if you're just starting out, because it's so... You should save that scene. I will. How do you save it? I mean, I can just copy the link. I mean, there's the link for anyone who wants... You know what? I'm gonna make not a Google Doc. I should make a Google Doc. I'm just gonna make a desktop, new text document on my desktop. There we go. And I'm gonna label the desktop per environment beginner stuff. I don't know. There we go. Perfect. Saved for future date. Yeah. Just the link with the latitude and longitude. Yeah, it's super good. I mean, maybe it'll change someday in the future because they'll update their, maybe the Google car will revisit that site on a clear and non-cloudy day. But I just feel like it's literally like, beginner mode. Beginner mode with a little bit extra challenge because now you have perspective in here. And then, like, maybe there's a scene that I'll stumble across that'll be the same thing, but it'll have, like, light come across it or something. And it'll be like that, where it's like, oh, look, there's light coming across this. Like, the little step-ups of, like, here's us adding one thing at a time. Anyway, I find it cool. I like it. Was I painting? I don't remember. Oh, no, I wasn't painting directly from this. I was painting from this one. Still gonna start with big chunky shapes in the foreground. And then a shape over here. But yeah. But Skittle, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Little thingy over here. A light, power pole thing. But yeah, this kind of scene, I do feel like it's just... There's something... Maybe it's because I've done it so much, but I think some people get tired of this stuff, whereas I like it. I love it. It's genuinely enjoyable for me to just, like, do the same sorts of things. Like, I like doing new stuff too, but there's something about, like, the bread and butter of it. Like, I really do enjoy, in this case, the process of, like, painting these simple structures. And I don't know. Like, I wonder, do people who paint a lot of, like, faces, like, oh, I really love figuring out which way the head is tilted and, like, doing the gesture and of a human figure, or, like, I don't know. It's I'm not sure what it is. Like, you would think it would be basic and easy and not fun. But for me, it is fun. I don't know. We could even go darker in the foreground. Sort of Bob Ross style, where he does his, and then he plops on his other colors in here. He might do like some other shapes and colors, and then he'll pick his bright yellows and he'll like plop those on with a big texture brush. And it's like super simple and it's very blobby. And I'm obviously not painting everything. But anyway, this stuff's great. Doing much better today. I can finally eat food without it all tasting like iron. Dang, Skittle. I'm glad you're feeling better though. That's good. Did you cancel stream? Or did you stream while feeling crappy? Also, let's make this... I don't normally care too much about the color in these. I think that's one of the, like, my advice. If you were someone who's following this kind of painting, and you're like, oh, Joe said this is a good starting painting. Well, it is. But also, don't focus on the colors. Like, I mean, colors are kind of... I guess step one would be this painting in black and white. Step two would be this painting in black and white, and then step 3 would be this color in color, and then this one, or this painting in color, and this one in color. So it's like, you kept streaming through it? Yeah, I very rarely cancel stream. I feel like you don't cancel stream either, do you? It's like, this is part of my day. Once I've, like, established it as my day, it has become my schedule. And it's like, I don't know, it's like going to work. I pretty much just go to work. If it's, maybe there's a day where I'm sick and I won't go to work. But, like, there's still, like, how sick do you get before you make that call? And it normally isn't any sickness at all. It's normally like, I'll tough it out a little bit. And that's how I am with streaming. Like, I'll tough it out. There is a point, but that point is probably... I don't do it as soon as I probably should have. You know? Also, this is not a painting about color. Just want to throw that out there. I actually really like these little zigzaggy marks in here. Oh, the Fresnel effect, our favorite. It's the further along the road you look, the shinier this part will get, because this angle is at a more, like, if you, as a representation, if you are here and you're looking down the road, from your eyes, for anyone, oh, here, is there a way for me to do a dotted line? No, I'll just do this. From your eyes, this is a shorter angle, like, than it is to here, right? So this angle is bigger than this angle. This one's a very tiny angle. So these, that steep, that shallower angle makes this stuff appear more shiny than this stuff. So, like, if you're looking down a long road that's very, you know, it's wet, there's a lot of moisture on the road, like in this case, I assume that's moisture, this stuff is going to be a little bit more shiny than this stuff down here. And so you might get, like, just a little... I mean, it's basically... It's funny, because it's almost like the same as atmospheric perspective. So you can sort of just, like... Because it's further away, right? And so, like, it's a little bit lighter. So it's sort of just atmospheric perspective times 2. It's just a little bit brighter. Not much. Probably not even noticeable there. But it's also going to get lighter because atmospheric perspective. So it kind of is doing double duty. Though, to be fair, your mouth wasn't bleeding when I started streaming, but I did start about 3 hours into stream, so I had to call it a bit earlier than usual. Gotcha. And that was from dentist, right? I actually don't... I think I was only there... I don't think I was there for that. I know you said you had been to the dentist. I'm actually not sure I knew that there was issues. I might not have been... I might have been away from keyboard while you were explaining that in stream. Or somewhere else. Or maybe I didn't see it. I don't know. But that does not sound pleasant. Okay, next, let's do a slightly more complex version of this. Yeah, Dennis on Monday for a thingy thing. Okay, let's do map crunch, but a different location. Ooh. Furniture decoration. What they need is some landscape decoration, because my goodness, this curb side is destroyed. What happened here? Anyway. Alright, let's, do I want to paint the spot? Not really. There's probably, if you ever want to paint a pile of garbage, not garbage, but just a pile of stuff, it's kind of cool. Like, standard construction stuff. I will say, this type of reference is probably more useful than most of the stuff I would paint, because it's just like, here's a bunch of things that are all associated with a business, and they're just like all, like, even if I don't know what they are, they're, yeah, it does look kind of neat. It's like, this is something that I'm not real great at, is the sort of visual library of, like, industry-specific stuff. You know, I know people who do a lot of robots do this, where they know a lot of different types of tools and machinery based on, like, different industries and stuff. So if you're doing, like, a wood, you know, if you're doing, like, a sci-fi sawmill, like, oh, they know all these different cutting tools and different things, and so they can, like, you know, they can design their own, or they know how to put those things in a space. I don't know a lot of that stuff, so, like, I couldn't tell, like, if you were to say, design a engineering enlightened furniture decoration, you know, design furniture, a furniture engineering shop, I'd be like, I don't know what to put there. Would I think of a giant spiraled, what do you call it, an auger? Is that what you call that thing? They turn very slowly and they move things along. Unless it's a drill, but it probably isn't. It's probably just an auger. I don't know. Anyway, like, I'm not sure I would know to put that in there. Like, I don't know what they use that for in the process. Like, oh, I suppose garbage cans make sense, but again, would I think of that? I don't know. I mean, it makes sense that any sort of manufacturing plant is going to have scrap material that needs to be put into bins and, you know, shipped away or something, or recycled. But, like, I don't know if I would think of that because it's not something I'm familiar with. So it is cool to see that stuff and be like... Yeah, I think there's some good subreddits for that, where it's just, like, either work environments and, like, all the things of, like, tools and stuff. There's lots of different, like, niche communities where they show things. Ooh, this is a fun house style. I think this is a good example. We were just talking about environment, like starting environments and stuff, and how these were good examples of beginner environments. I think this is a good example of, like, an intermediate one where, like, there isn't actually atmospheric perspective going on here, or at least not very much. And so if you were to paint this, you would probably have to introduce some of your own to make it readable. Because, like, unless you're going to detail the crap out of it, like, because right now the detail and the subtle color shift, like, those are doing the heavy lifting in terms of what's foreground, what's midground, what's background, but it kind of all blends together. But you could easily draw lines that divide this midsection and the back section and the further back one to, like, foreground, midground, background, and you could intentionally bring those values and separate them to make it read a little better. It'd be like focusing the camera on the foreground, and the background would fade to blurriness, right? So, like, you would be doing that artificially as the artist. So maybe let's do that. Let's try to find, like, step it up incrementally. Maybe this is me gonna do, like, a series of incremental thing. I don't know. It might be fun. So let's try that. I think this feels more like an exercise. I mean, they're all kind of exercises, but this is more of an exercise in applying what we just learned, right? Or what we just did in the last ones. Here, let's even go a little further. I don't like that we're at a 45-degree angle though. If we could find an image like this without the road, where it's purely, I guess, like zoomed in like this, but that then there's no foreground. That's even worse. I'm trying to think, because see, this becomes easier again, right? Because now we have clear separations of foreground, midground, background. This is a little tougher because whatever. We'll go like this. This is not like the next level up, I feel like. It's somewhere up once more. But this is a good exercise. There we go. So yeah, I think my goal for today is going to be to build up in more and more difficult, because I think this one, you know, ignoring the road for a second. Well, actually, it's hard to ignore the road, but ignoring the road, like, because we have these things, right? We have like foreground here, and then we have another layer of trees, and then we have another layer, but they're all the same value, right? And so if we just pretend that they are like this one and make them darker here and then lighter, and then less light, and of course the lightest in the background, which is the sky. Like, we could just pretend here's the trees back here. Maybe another layer of trees back here. Because this isn't technically what it looks like, right? But from a, just like, if this were a photograph, if this were a photograph, right, you might want to focus in on the foreground, which would make it nice and vivid, and everything else would kind of fade to the background. That's kind of the effect we're doing, but just with values. And then of course we have the wall in the foreground, right? The wall here, the wall here, and then we have light, which is a separate issue. Yeah, it doesn't quite look good, but that's okay. Yeah, the lighting definitely, the lighting and the weird perspective definitely make this more complicated than it needs to be. So this is not a good third image to go if you were just starting out. I think this one's orders of magnitude harder than some of the others. But that's okay. Because yeah, we have this foreground light, technically of light all back here, but lights on these things. I really should have just done this in black and white, but we're going color here. These are much more saturated. That's also another thing. Saturated and darker. But yeah, I don't like the composition here. I just thought it was an interesting one for to like artificially simplify the midground, background, and foreground. Okay. Some stuff here. Some stuff here. some more stuff here. There's technically light back here too, but I don't want to make it as bright. Maybe what I could do is make the lighting just as bright, but maybe it's the shadows that are just darker. Hello, Leg Owl. How's it going? So anyway, there's that. Again, the angles on these things are awful, but that's okay. Maybe we'll go like this. That. A white line here. Here. And then here, we go like this. There. I tried using acrylic paint today. How are you? Ooh, fun. I am good. I'm just chilling. It's a pretty nice day today. I'm awake. I didn't have to work today. I'm rested. Yeah, no, I'm doing well. I'm doing another virtual plein air painting today. Could probably focus more on shapes. It's funny, even in a little mini study, whatever you want to call this, I don't know if you want to call it a study. But even in this, there's, I guess just practice is what it is, but there's still different things you can focus on, which I find really interesting. But anyway, that's kind of the vibe. Like, it's different, right? It's obviously not exactly what I'm painting. If we wanted, some of these are much lighter, so we can probably take some of the shadows down here. And then some of this light stuff could be the wall. I don't know, does that kind of sort of look like the same scene? Hopefully it's more, like, not more clear, but the foreground, background, midground are all, I pushed them, right? So they're not the same. And that I hope is good, right? I hope that's clear that was a choice to make it more, you know, standing out. Looks like a good method to improve it. So yeah, no, I think so what I've been trying to do is like ramp up, so like level 1, I don't know if I want to call it level 1, but it's fun to add video game metrics of like levels. You know, level 1 is like foggy forest. Level 2 was foggy forest with a tiny bit of atmosphere, or sorry, with a tiny bit of perspective. And then level 3, well, this isn't level 3. This would be like level 5 or something, but I didn't have a good reference for that. But this is like, what do you do when there is the clear information like in these, but it's not, but it kind of all blurs together, right? And this is where, like, if the photographer zoomed in, like, we can't do this now because this is a photo, but if you had a camera and were here, you could point your camera at the foreground and focus the foreground in focus, and everything behind it is less focused. And that's kind of what I'm simulating here by making the background less bright, right? So I've went in and artificially made the background less bright, and the foreground is still trying to be vivid, which again was kind of lazily done, but you get the point. Right? And so the foreground's vivid, and we could obviously detail that if we wanted. but the background and midground are not vivid. And that's like the you being the camera and making that a choice to like, here is one method to put that in focus. And I like that. I think it's a nice way of doing it. It's obviously one of the methods of doing it. There are other ways, but I think it's a good exercise to say, here's a thing that is normally, you know, a little bit unclear, and we're making it more clear. Although, again, I didn't paint it great, but I obviously didn't get the variety of colors and stuff either back here, so there are lots of different little colors and things. Right, we could go full on crazy with all the stuff, you know, adding extra little shadows back here. Right, we could do all this stuff. But even this stuff, all of this stuff is within that value structure. So this stuff is lighter because it's further back. Anyway, I find it's fun. I think this is a good exercise. It's not obviously some of these trees and stuff. I don't know how much I want to make this actually look good. It's less about that. I feel like if this were an assignment, I wouldn't care if these trees look like trees. Unless it was a shape design thing. Although I think a good assignment would be one that is like, okay, well, we know about simplifying shapes, and so this is a combination of both simplifying foreground, midground, background, and the shapes. So I think there could be some good shape stuff in here. So maybe I'll play around with that for just a moment. Some simplified shapes. And then these trees, maybe like that. And this one's rounded. I realize I'm painting this in the middle of my canvas. Let's see, what else? We've got yeah, and these are all pretty much just little tiny trees back here. It's actually that's not true. There's little flat areas back here, which I find interesting, with little bumps on the side of them. Kind of an interesting shape. And this is like a dead material, or dead plant, so it's a little brighter. Anyway, I think that works. I think it works as far as like a... I don't know if it's super clear. The lighting is not the right color. Obviously, this could all be much warmer. And then this could all be much cooler. And then the sky, obviously, is actually blue. So that's a big difference, is like, I didn't paint the colors, right? This is basically a grayscale painting. But anyway, that you get the idea. The colors are not the same. You know, maybe I'll colorize this real quick. Let's just slap in like an overlay, maybe? I don't know if overlay's even gonna do it. Not really. Anyway, that's not good, but it does make it a little more vibrant. A little more vibrant there. 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 That's a thing. I don't like how I did that, and how I saved it till later. Whatever. Not a great one, but it's something. Actually, I probably should just erase all that. Whatever. We'll just leave it as grayscale. Okay, let's go to another one. Let's do another map crunch. I like it. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I didn't do the color stuff. I was gonna do it just black and white, but then the colors were here. Let's do another place. Oh, another simple, kind of simple. This is actually another good example where like this is a little harder because it's not as clear foreground, midground, background. But there are lots of things in scale, right? And so, yes, you have random trees that get smaller and smaller, but it's not as... I mean, it's still pretty simple. Again, another pretty simple with a little bit of perspective, but, you know, a lot of overlapping shapes. These are all more condensed, so you have, like, the, you know, much more lead-in, right? So instead of having this being like this, and this being here, and this being here, you have this goes all the way here, this is very condensed, and then this is... So it's more like that, where you still have all those layers. Oh, so in this one, you still have all those layers, but they're all just condensed right into that middle section, right? So you have the big trees up here, and trees back here. And do you have trees in the midground? I don't even know. Yeah, you do have trees in the midground. Right, and then you have some trees here. So, like, in this case, they're all very, very condensed, but you still have all three layers. They're just, like, slivers, though, when you look back at them. So that's like, it's the same thing. But yeah, there's a lot of, like, stuff in between, right? A lot of trees breaking the silhouette there because it's all very condensed. Different camera, different viewer height. It's just weird that it's a different camera because this is Google Street View, right? Are we still in a car? I don't know. I assume we are. Although this doesn't look like a car path. It probably is. Kind of a nice location. Very beautiful. This is not a car. Nor is it a good photo. Again, we still have lots of layers and overlapping shapes. Excuse me. More similar stuff. Perspective and overlapping shapes. See, this stuff is hard if you want to do, like, just a scene like this, which I wouldn't ever want to do. I think as you do a scene like this, it becomes more complex, where, like, there is a lot of things to help you, but there's also just a lot going on that needs to be consistent. So, like, this road needs to be in perspective, and this road needs to be in perspective, but the scale is also going... You know, there's little, like, each tree is an overlap of a previous tree. So there's a lot. Like, I feel like this type of scene, you can make work just because you have so many tools, but there's just, it's a juggling nightmare because you have all of them happening. Whereas something like this, you just, again, it's still just your 3 or 4 layers. Like, this is the exact same thing as this, again, right? Literally just... Here, we can put it on the screen. It's, I don't know if you guys, like, when you look at an image, you're like, oh, those are the same image. Like, for me, though... I'll show you what I'm thinking of when I say that. So, like, here, when I say that this is the same image as that, what I mean is, like, it's literally just the foreground, and then you've condensed the midground and back, like, you have your 3 layers again, except this back layer is the skyline, and then this layer is the water, right? It's the same thing. And obviously you have some values, and you know, you have some ripples in here and different shapes that are gonna be, you know, reflecting the sky or whatever. But like, it's still, it's just that foreground layer, and it's literally the same. It's the big foreground layer, the background, and yeah, pretty much anything from human height, unless it's like a totally flat plane, it's gonna have that. But anyway, this is, so yeah, this kind of thing is not, it's not any more difficult than the others. Like, maybe more, I think maybe more difficult because water, but also not really, because it's so far away, everything is just a silhouette. So all you have to worry about is this right, the skyline, which is just, you know, buildings. Anyway, we're gonna delete that. I don't want to paint that one. Let's go to another location. Ooh, I like this. Where one layer starts and ends. Yeah, I mean, like this. So this is where I think that the general thing for me, at least I'm kind of noticing it in these as I scroll through. If you have like a road going into the distance, right? Then the layers are hard to tell, and that's okay, because the tool of showing depth, right? Layers is one tool of showing depth, but another one, which is kind of always in conflict with it, is like a literal perspective, right? Linear perspective, things converge at a similar point, right? And they get smaller as they go further away. So like in this case, yeah, but you still do technically have layers, right? Especially back here, you have layers. But over here, you don't have those layers. But what you do have is another tool to show depth. So sometimes it's like either one or the other. Sometimes it's a mixture, but in this case, you don't really have good depth. You have some depth, right? You have some up here. This hill could be a, you know, there's even a road back here that vanishes, so you know there's a depth, you know, that you know there's an overlap. But like this image is a good example of, I'm trying to figure out what scene do I like the best. I think this is probably is there like a, can I do a medium between a halfway zoom? Whatever, I'll do, I'm trying to think, do I want this but cropped or this but cropped? Let's do this. Because like this image now, there are, I think this is, oops, this is inherently a little more tricky, right? I think it's more tricky. And the reason it's more tricky is because the overlaps are not as clear. So just like in this image we did, where these were all the same values at the start, and then we had to simplify it, just like in that image, this one also has very similar values, right? So this shape here, there's a shape that comes down our scene. Let's see if I can draw it accurately. Right? It goes kind of like this. Is that even how it goes? Yeah, right? And then you have then you have another layer, which has a weird tangent here. And it kind of goes like this. So these are like two hills, right? You have hill 1 and hill 2. And those are overlaps. Right? And then here you have obviously the road in perspective. So like this one's kind of complicated. And then back here the road doesn't go on forever, because then you have another layer of stuff. So I drew this super poorly again, but that's okay. But yeah, so you have this weird, like, you still have converging layers. And then, yeah, there's probably more overlap here. So, like, where this road intersects behind in that road. So, like, you still have all of the things, right? You have, like, layer 1, layer 2, layer 3. But then there's this road that's also in the middle of it. I don't know. Like, this one to me is, I think, probably harder for people to break down than the others. And also, I just made a mess of it. But, like, all the things are still there. They're just in slightly wonky ways. And also, there's some weird tangents that, like, when you actually try to draw it, become really awkward. Like this one right here. This to me, like, you part of you would want to put, oh, there's that foreground shape right here. Let's just do it in dark gray. Right? There's this foreground shape right here. And it's true, it's there. Right? And there's these plants here. And there's a path that leads up here. But the problem is the next hill over, right? This next hill over that I'm going to paint lighter is connecting with the edge of this hill, right? So it's creating a tangent there, which, again, in the photo, your brain, you just understand, right? You understand that these are distinct shapes. But if you were trying to draw this and you were picking the same value, suddenly it's just getting all confusing and you're like, why isn't it looking good, right? Because you don't have as much information. You're not using the tools of, scale. Like, these leaves compared to these leaves. These leaves are much bigger than those leaves because these leaves are closer. So, like, so some of the stuff, like this is very clear. That's very clear. This one we had to do work to make it more clear because the OG image, which was this one, was not super easy to see because all the values were the same. So, like, there's different levels of, like, not all images are equal, right? Some images are really, really simple, like this one. Oops. Just to reiterate, this one is very, very simple, right? If you had never painted before, you could do this image, or this image. Hey, how's it going, Mimomo? So that a beginner could do on day one. A beginner with a 10-minute course on perspective could do this image, probably, maybe. I don't know. It would be harder, but you could do it, probably. You wouldn't, a little bit of a lesson on perspective, and you could do this. This one starts to requiring you to understand this stuff well enough to superimpose that onto something that doesn't exist, right? Because these values are all the same, and it's just kind of a mess. And so to be able to understand that, hey, this is a foreground, this is foreground, these are going to be midground, and these are going to be background, that's not as clear in the photo. So I artificially made those, like, contrasting. So that, I feel like, was harder. And then this one is kind of just a mess of all of that, right? You have, I mean, in some ways it looks easier, I think. Like, you look at it and you're like, oh, this is easier. Injected atmospheric perspective. Yeah, I mean, it's very similar. The thing I've been saying pretty much all day today is, like, it's very similar, like, if you were the photographer, which we're not, but if we were, and we were actually in that environment, you could focus on the foreground stuff, and the background stuff might blur. It's not, you're not adding atmospheric perspective in that case, but you, as the photographer, get to separate those depths if you want. Now, obviously, Google Street View did not do that, but we can still do that by understanding that there are different layers, and we can inject that atmospheric perspective. Or, right, I mean, in this scene, there is, these things are much more vibrant than the backgrounds. But if you're only painting in black and white, you don't get that luxury, right? I try to do a little bit of it. These are a little bit more vibrant than things in the background. But for a second, and like, this is not a rainbow stream. Yeah, no, we're not trying to guess where we are. Just sort of the things that make certain environment, like the picking out all the ingredients of environments of, like, overlapping shape and values and all that. What's up, Joe? How's it going? Hope you're doing well, Azira. Sheer Cold. Hope you're also doing well. But yeah, so like this one I think is tough because a lot of the things that we have to change aren't as obvious. Like at least in this painting, it's pretty clear what we have to change because we look at it and we're like, it's not clear where the background, midground, and foreground are. Right? This one, it kind of is clear. It's pretty obvious that this truck, right, is farther away than this truck, which is farther away, right? Right? Like it's very, this one does have those things, but it's not as easy once you start doing it because you have weird little, tricky suspects like these two values are similar and there's a tangent. So I'm making the values different and I'm going to remove the tangent by making some overlap, right? And we can still have this part here, right? Or putting in the character here could help, where it's like, okay, here's a person. We're just gonna put a little blocky dude in there. Overlapping. And I'm gonna make him, right, in the photo, his head, weirdly enough, there's actually like a light colored rock right behind it, which makes it look like this thing is outlining him. But I'm gonna make that rock go straight behind him. And I'm gonna make his head overlap that shape. Right? So that's a thing that's gonna help clarify that that path is cutting in front of him. Right? I'm actually gonna delete that part. Right? So there we have a big shape in the foreground, a path in between this character, also another character over here. So like there, hopefully I'm simplifying these things that this is more obvious. Never thought about using Google Maps. It's nice. I think I'm kind of using it right now as just sort of a, well, actually I changed my goal halfway through, or just partly through stream. Last stream I did this as well, but I did a fantasy spin on it. Excuse me. I basically I did a bunch of, here, let me show you. Let me open up my files from last stream. So last stream I did a bunch as well, but then on top of them I turned it fantasy by adding some extra lighting and some little ghost creatures. So I was gonna do that this stream, but then I kind of got caught up in talking about like basic landscape stuff and how to identify them. Because one of the reasons I, despite streaming a lot and painting a lot of environments, I don't typically do like painting from photos. And one of the reasons why I don't like doing that is because of what I think can happen, which might be happening to some of you when you see this, is that on the surface it seems like, oh, what an amazing, what a great idea. Obviously, I should have been doing this. But the tricky part is that not all images are equal, and unless you have some understanding of the makeup, of a landscape or an environment, I should say, it can be really hard to like. They're not all equal, right? Like some are really great for beginners, some are just nightmarish, and I think it's hard even when like this image does not look that hard to paint or to draw, but there's a lot happening, right? There's a lot of weird stuff that if you copy directly, it's going to make it more confusing. There's a lot of stuff that should be pretty easy, like drawing the road and the cars, which probably would be, if you wanted to start there. And yeah, and then there's all the other stuff, like, the foreground, all this congestion in here that requires you to be able to simplify and separate things. And if you're not aware of what's happening there or how to do that, it's just going to be one big solid shape, which again, maybe is fine. Maybe you want it one big solid shape, right? That's a choice you can make. Right, so, I mean, let's actually do that. Let's make another shape back here and make it all one solid shape. But anyway, actually, first let's do the road. Probably should have done this at a more steep angle. But yeah, no, Google Maps is definitely a good way to do it. So there's that. And then yeah, let's do the road here. The road is very, very angled. We'll even put the car in here. Big car in the foreground. Little car in the background. I think something like this that makes it a little tricky in this image is that the perspective is so steep. Not steep, that's not the right word. But the depth on the like the camera is a very like I think wide angle. Is that yeah, it's not like a zoom lens, right? It's very exaggerated. There's a lot of like things feel like they're converging very fast. I don't actually know my camera terminology to know what that is. Oops, like this is not the character. Right, this character is tiny in our scene. And this character is tiny in our scene. He's even smaller. My scales are all out of whack. Right, and then you have this thing coming up that way. There's actually a house up here, which is interesting. Or a building, I should say. I don't know if it's actually a house. And obviously, where I've zoomed, but actually, hold on, I'm getting confused here. But yeah, I basically zoomed in that. But yeah, even here, right? There's more stuff in the background, and I think that's this starting to be an okay breakdown of this thing. But anyway, I think that's all I'm gonna do on this. But I think this one is a good example where like it's not super complicated, but there's a lot of little bits of precision. I feel like in perspective, in scale, in values and weird overlaps where like if you don't get it right, you're gonna be very confused. Like why is this character half the size of the car? Is this a giant car or it's tiny character? It's like, well, it's technically because the car is a little bit in front of him, right? But the scales, it's very condensed. And then some stuff going over here. More overlap. This is also where this is where I kind of use my artistic license, right? To like add in some extra perspective lines and horizontals. Like, okay, well, here's the ground plane. Here's another line. That helps a little bit. There. Anyway, that's something. That's a composition. Anyway. Let's do another one. Let's do one with buildings. And we'll talk... Oh, that has a building. Very, very standard 2-point perspective. With, again, you have your basic... You know, I guess not much overlap. In the... I mean, I guess in this case, the overlap is the building, right? The building overlaps the background. Also, let's go back to that scene. My nose is trying to run, but it's not. What happened? Why did I go? Why did that take me to... Oh no. Okay, well, we just lost that image. Rest in peace. Going back, apparently, I didn't realize that the session wasn't saved as, like, a browser location or whatever. It was all the same. So going back brought me to Twitter. Whoops. Ooh, I like this. See, stuff like this, it's funny. You can change the setting to urban area. Gotcha. That's good. So stuff like this would be really hard to draw if it were not for these, like, the shadows. Like, I look at a scene like this, and I see the staircase and the shadows going down the hill as, like, a gift from above, right? Like they help me there. It's a difference between one shape and more shape, right? So if you have, like, one shape like this, all those stairs and shadows are things in perspective that help break up that space. So it's so nice. Like, otherwise it would be kind of hard, right? You have this shape going off into the distance, right? Kind of like this, which, again, it's not awful, but it's one big shape, and so you don't have a lot of overlap. But then you bring in all these things with the stairs, you know, however your stairs look, and then shadows, and then you have other stuff. Like, at some point it's like, okay, well, now we have all these things as, like, placeholders on this bigger shape. And so suddenly you have all this extra information simply because it's like, they're useful. And this is when I think this would be a good example of, like, where and when to add details. Are you just going to detail all the little bits of grass in here? Well, no, I'm not going to detail this bit of grass, but I will detail these important bits of information, right? I will detail these bits of information because this is useful, right? It's not just frivolous details. They're details that show the contours of this slope. Here, let's screenshot this, right? That way I can have them both on screen at the same time. So this is where, I think it's environments that taught me this, but this applies to characters too. Like, don't just draw I mean, you can, obviously, you can do whatever you want. But you don't have to just draw every pore on someone's face. You can be like, okay, well, what features are helpful? And sometimes the features will be things like sometimes it'll be a shadow that goes along their face. Sometimes it will be texture. Maybe their face is, if here's a shape and you want to show that the form goes like this, yeah, maybe draw some details right along this ledge to show that this is a form that is not perfectly round, right? You can show the contours by adding that detail, right? Or if these were shadows, right? Maybe you'd want to put the shadows in this form, to help show that they go like this too, right? I mean, just whatever shape it is, right? It could be any shape. It's not always clear what a shape is, but if you have big shadows going like this, right? It's like, okay, well, now we know there's a curve because the shadows are following that curve. Or the texture's following the curve, right? Or maybe it's a scar that is following the, right? Like, those things, I don't know. I like it when you have details that help show something, right? Everything communicates something. It's not just like, oh, there's a random shadow. No, the shadow's communicating the shape of the hill, or the angle of the sun, or something. So in this case, those things are not useless. And obviously I'm getting rid of the sun here, or the sky here. Because I'm zoomed in on this version. And then big plants in the foreground. And then some over here. even something like these shadows down here where this slope curves, that's useful because now it starts showing the curve of the slope. Or this shape here, right? It's like just this light shape. Whoops. It's a lighter shape. That's the shape of the landing platform, but that's useful because it's showing... Well, I guess so are these stairs, right? They're showing the perspective. Anyway, it's not sophisticated at all, but it is kind of a nice it's a nice thing that's there to notice. Anyway, I'm just trying to talk through kind of what I focus on when I'm painting, and like why do I what do I think about and why do I think about that as opposed to something else. So now I'm gonna do some colored stuff, and I'm just gonna put some warm. Actually, yeah, we'll just do it this way. Some warm light in here. And then there's some funky light up here too, which is kind of neat. I didn't even notice that, but I sort of like it. And then some blue light, bluish green. That's probably a little too blue-green, but we'll go with it. Blue-green, some shadows, the darker sides underneath these. And of course we still have light speckled throughout here in just various shapes. So it shouldn't be random, but I'm kind of making it random. And then maybe some more shapes here. And we'll just go nice bright white up here. Trying carefully to make the roofs pop out just enough. Anyway, so something like that is like, okay, well here's this thing. This is starting to work. And then these can go a little bit darker. These could be a little bit same value more or less, but a little yellower. This is going to be a little gray-bluer. I'm actually going to make this roof also gray-blue, just so that we can have that blue color in there again. My colors are a little dull here, but that's probably because I'm working over the top of stuff, and also I'm not really focused on colors. But anyway, so like this type of scene is so nice. I like this because this is one of those, this is like the opposite for me of a scene that might look more complicated than it is, but it actually is surprisingly easy. Whereas then like this is a scene that might look easier than it is, or that's not too bad. This might look easier than it is, but is more complicated. And I feel like, for me, I don't know if for other people, it's like when they look, if you look at these two images, if one looks easier than the other, but I suspect some people would look at this one and be like, oh, well, it has, you know, big vehicles and big, small, and they're different sizes and like clear perspective. This should be easier. Whereas this one, it's all organic and weird, but like, the shadows do so much heavy lifting in this, and the forms and the stairs and the, you know, very simple houses all in a perfect line. Like, this one just becomes a million times easier for me than this one. And also, this one has lots of issues that have to be sorted, like weird tangents. This one just kind of works. Like, yeah, there's some weird stuff kind of going on with like these points of the house and weird overlaps where they don't really overlap. But overall, it's pretty good. So yeah. I'm gonna add a little window here. I know this house doesn't have a window here. Finally managed to catch a stream. Just want to say that I'm a huge fan of your art style. Love it. Aw. Avus. Avius. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, so this is, it's funny, you're catching me on a stream that I don't normally do this method of painting, but I've lately, or the last two streams, or this stream and last stream, I've been doing some like plein air paint, virtual plein air painting, Google Maps, and I've just been talking about like, you know, sort of basically applying the concepts that like a total beginner would be learning. You know, your very basic how to apply depth type fundamentals to scenes like this. Because I think in painting from real life is so... Like, painting from real life is so weird, or from photos is so weird, because a lot of the stuff is not always clear. Like, there's so many confusing things in real life environments. You know, you have values that, you know, the foreground, midground, background are all smushed together, and it may not be super clear what you're looking at, right? Like in this one. So sometimes you have to take those and like change it, you know? Anyway. So yeah, that's just me rambling. But how's it going? You stalked my blue sky art? No, I appreciate it. Thank you for stalking, I guess. I think this is a fun one. Well, what I might do is, because like last stream, I took a street view that we did, and then we painted on top of it and just made it very fantasy. It's still very blurry because I used a big chunky soft brush, but yeah, I kind of want to do something like that again, where maybe I add like dragons in the scene, or you know, maybe there's, I don't know, something in here. It could be fun. But yeah, hope you're doing well. Do you do any art, and would you like to share if you do? Maybe I'll do one more and talk through my thoughts of stuff. Because this is actually helping me too, in that, you know, trying to understand like what concepts do I frequently talk about, and which ones are harder or easier to apply than others. Like this one would be a good example, I think, for showing like if you're doing lots of detail, or but you don't want to paint lots of detail, but your scene has lots of stuff. So like maybe you do like a call out of like, here's one big house, oops, and then you make the house very clear. And then these houses you don't make as clear, but you just use a very similar shape so that our brains can understand that like, oh, these are houses too, even though we're only really seeing one house in clarity. So that could be a thing. But yeah, let's go to urban. Urban. Go. Is this urban? I mean, they're all streets, I guess. That's pretty urban. You love steampunk colored scheme type art? Okay, this is not urban. Why is this an urban? Come on now. Why is this an urban? Am I confused? This doesn't feel like an urban scene. Do I not know what urban means? Hold on. What is stealth? Hide all location information. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Auto. What is auto? An automatic slideshow. Indoor. Indoor. Wait, we have indoor views. Ooh, if we want to do interiors. Here's some interiors. It's got herbs. Urban. Herbs. What about... Is this a hair salon? Or like a beauty parlor? Oh, there... Oh, glasses, eyes place. Okay. It's an eye doctor's. Gotcha, with all the glasses stuff. Maybe it's a mole town. You don't know. Yeah, maybe. A bike shop? Wait, what? My brain is broken. What is happening with these bikes? Hold on. Oh god, this looked like an AI image for a second. Because the bikes are all overlapping, and I couldn't figure out where the wheel of one bike went with the wheel of the next bike. Because, like, do you see my struggle? But they're back there. They are back there. But it was very confusing. It does, yeah, it does, because your brain thinks like, oh, this is the front wheel of this bike. It's not. It's the back wheel of this bike. The front wheel's actually back there. Wait, can we walk out the door? Oh, we can. Straight up walking out the door and leaving. Yeah. We're not coming back. Oh, we came back. There's the building we were just in. Kind of like it. Anyway, I don't know what I'm not sure what we're doing. Maybe it's the mold. Let's see. You love art. You dabbled in acrylic paintings and canvas, pencil, as well as played a bit with digital, but nothing worth showing. Mostly unfinished, scrabbled. I mean, I totally relate to the mostly unfinished. You know, I do like this scene. This one is fun. Maybe we just work on this for a bit. Did I even save it? I don't know. I think I did. Yeah, this one. I was pretty happy with that. We could do another. I don't know. Yeah, let's do one more. We'll find a good place and then work on that till the end. Let's do... I don't know. I mean, I don't just want to paint, like, random buildings. I want something that is... Ooh, this is kind of neat. Oh, wait, we're indoors. Let's do urban. I feel like urban, everything is urban, right? It just means that you can get there by car, pretty much, in this case. I got art commitment issues. I used to draw a lot when I was younger, but very rusty these days. Wait, when you say when you were younger, like as a kid? Because I feel like everybody drew when they're a kid, right? But then at some point, most people stop. I pretty much stopped at some point. I do like these plants. No, there's not a city setting. I don't know why. There's urban, indoor, stealth, tour, and auto. There probably is on, like, other types of, like, on GeoGuessr there probably is. But yeah, there's no city setting. Urban is the closest we can get to that, which some of it is city stuff. From the age of 1 to 16 or so. Yeah, I think that was actually pretty similar to me. I think for me, the big changing point with really getting into art was after... I feel like there was two big things in my life that made me get into art. One was that I had already learned how to learn. Well, let's call that the second one. The first thing was that I realized you could learn art. Like, as a skill. Not just like, oh, it's a hobby, and if you do it a lot, you might get a little bit better. but more like here are the ingredients kind of, and here are the things you can learn. And I was like, oh, I think I could learn this, you know? And then the second one was that like I had already learned something, which is by going through university and having put in, long nights, staying overnight, working on projects, studying for exams. Like I had to put in work and effort to learn something that I didn't previously know. And I'm like, okay, well, I could apply those same sort of, like give myself assignments and have good study habits, and like I could apply that to art. So I think that was a big thing. Is like if I were just going into it on my own, I'm not sure I would have had any sort of the discipline to like anytime something starts getting difficult or frustrating or I don't understand it, it would have been it's so easy in art when you're working on your own to just shift to something easier, you know? Like, oh, this is frustrating. Let me just take a break and play video games. Um, and so I think having gone through university was a big one for me of like why I got back into art, because like it was that realization that one, I can learn this, and also I already know how to learn stuff, so I'm pretty sure I can learn art. And it was like, oh, this was really exciting. And then every time I did learn something in art, I was like, oh, this is really exciting. I think that was a big one for me. And of course, I already liked art. Again, I did it as a kid, just like most people. What video games do I like? Um, I like and have liked many different video games. Genre-wise, younger me liked a lot of competitive video games. So anything from competitive RTSs, like Age of Empires, StarCraft type stuff, to then getting into like MOBAs like Dota and League of Legends. These days, I like a mix of cozy games, so like Stardew Valley, Palia, and Minecraft. Just basically like world, like what do you call it? Like either cozy games or creative games. Also, games like Diablo and Path of Exile. So Diablo as a teenager, I still play Path of Exile quite a bit. I also play some Teamfight Tactics, which is just like any game I can play on my own and I don't have to worry about teammates. So I like games I can play on my own. I like games with some sort of some sort of knowledge or skill base to where like I feel like I'm actually getting better at the game. That isn't purely mechanical, but like I can learn. I like to solve problems and stuff. So yeah, Path of Exile is a big one. I don't know, just a mix of ARPG, uh, cozy games, and like games that have some amount of creativity. I mean, even games like Path of Exile, I would argue has a lot of creativity, right? There's in-depth character building, like customization, and people are constantly, you have all these tools, and you can use them and interact with different ways, and do find weird mechanics to make characters around. Same, I guess a similar game, which I didn't mention yet, is Magic the Gathering, right? It's a it's a game I can mostly play on my own, right? At least online. Um, you're kind of in charge of your own thing. You're in charge of your own deck. It's not necessarily a team game. Um, but there is a lot of creativity in it. And again, I don't look for the creative aspect in it, but I like that problem solving stuff, right? That you have all these cards and you get to mix and match them in ways that are strong and interesting, and you can make a powerful deck or you can just make a fun deck. Like you get to choose how you build your deck in Magic the Gathering. And I've always liked that. It brings that, like, again, I don't, growing up, I loved Magic the Gathering. I loved Diablo. I loved Path of Exile. I never thought of them as creative games. And so this is only me in my adult life, giving it those labels. But that kind of, those games where you have seemingly unlimited options, or maybe limited, but you can do almost unlimited things with it, right? Even like Minecraft, you just have a bunch of random blocks. It's not that creative, you Like, well, you just put stuff together. But like, okay, well, how do you put stuff together? In which way? And like, that's the problem solving part. So, yeah, Magic the Gathering, those kinds of games. But yeah, Palea's fun. Your wife loves Palea. I am big into Enshrouded for the building. Yeah, so Palea is just a gorgeous game. It has nice environments. I mean, there's not that many of them, but it's nice stuff. But yeah. So I don't know. I feel like the genres of my games are all over the place, but mostly they fall into action RPGs, like competitive, like solitaire type. So funny enough, you said solitaire, so I don't like solitaire, but Teamfight Tactics is basically solitaire. You're basically playing on your own, and actually it's more like dominoes to me, or like rummy, where you're trying to like build, or like not Yahtzee, those games where you're like trying to like build cards, or like get a pair or two pairs or a straight, kind of like, not like I mean, poker, yes, uses those hands, but you're basically trying to build up your board and get the most number of points. You're trying to make the strongest board you can have. And so you're collecting little things. In this case, they're characters and items, and different characters pair well together. Some don't pair well together. And so you're trying to make the strongest pairs and put the strongest items on those pairs, while also, like, yeah, it's very much it's like one of those games you associate with old people in like a retirement home playing. My grandma really likes Rummy Cube. I think is what she calls it, Ruma Cube or Rummy Cube. It's like that. It's like a game where you're basically playing on your own despite sitting at the table with other people. And that to me is what the game Teamfight Tactics is. I like describing it this way because I think the people who there's a lot of like this like competitive gamer crowd who just also likes it. And it's funny to me because this game is the most like easygoing, non-competitive game that you can kind of call competitive. Like, you are competing, there is a ranking system, like, oh, I'm diamond tier, like, okay, great, but like, yes, Cube or however you spell it is an awesome game. It's fun, but it's funny because like I also play that, but in the form of League of Legends characters, and it's basically that game disguised as League of Legends, and I just think it's funny. Like, it's almost identical, right? Like, maybe the economy aspect of I don't know if you guys know what Teamfight Tactics is, but basically it's a game where you have each turn you gain some amount of gold. You can choose to spend that gold or save it for and build up like interest if you want. But if you spend it, you buy things to put on your board, and then your board competes against others. If you win, you get more gold, kind of, and and you don't lose your point. You don't lose your life total. If you don't win, you lose some of your life total, right? And you're basically just trying to stay alive. And so you want to spend your economy to build up your strong board and then win. But you don't want to go too much because you also want, like it's kind of a give and take. Like, how strong is my board versus how strong is my economy? And it's very, like, it really is just like a matching game. It's like, oh, these two things go well together. Oh, I drew a random hand of five different cards. These two cards are good, and so you buy them. Or no, all these cards suck. But yeah, anyway. I really enjoy Teamfight Tactics. It's one of my go-to, like, turn my brain off games. Even though I do use my brain in it, but again, it's on me, right? There is no teammates. I'm not letting someone down if I want to try something stupid. I like games. I think, I'm kind of psychoanalyzing myself here. I think one of the reasons I play video games is because, and the same reason I do art. It's for that, like, it's a solo activity where the stakes are low and I can just try stupid stuff. I can explore, I can experiment, I want to if I'm playing Teamfight Tactics and I want to try a stupid team combo with some weird thing that probably isn't good, I can try it and I can see if it works. Same thing in art. It's my issue with like nowadays, like competitive games don't appeal as much to me because they don't offer that. There's this element of like trying and failing lets your teammates down, right? If you're playing a game of League of Legends and you want to play some silly, weird, wacky build, even if it's good, if your teammates think it's weird and wacky, you're gonna get trash talked to no end, and it's just not fun. Like, I want to have that safe space of problem solving and trying new things and experimenting, and just like, I still want to try to do well, right? Like, I still want to have that competitive mindset, right? Same with like Magic the Gathering. I'm what you would call like a Johnny player, right? There is always like Johnny, Spike, and Timmy's. Timmy's like the big fun creatures. Oh, this is a big dragon. It's cool, right? And so that would be a Timmy player. A Johnny was like, I like these weird interactions, and I'm gonna build a deck around it. It might not be the best interaction, but it's cool and it's technical, and I like it, and it's fun to play. I like the moving parts of that. That's me. I like to play around with those moving parts and play around with the mechanics. I do want to play as competitively as I can, but that other thing comes first, right? It's not just winning is first. It's let me play around with fun stuff, and then I'm going to try to win in that way. And so sometimes, it's like playing a Heimerdinger in top lane in League of Legends, and your teammates will get angry at you, but you're like, you know what? Heimerdinger is fun. I'm still going to try my best, and I'm going to try to win, and I'm going to do everything in my ability to win, but I'm going to do it with this fun mechanic. And so, yeah. Some games just are better for that than others. Yeah, you gotta have fun. Yeah, I mean, I do, and it's funny, because, like, I actually think in some ways I take winning or learning, maybe is a better way to phrase it, more serious than, like, more so than other people. But I just have this other, like, thing in mind. So, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what point I'm making. I'm sneezing today a lot. Excuse me. So yeah, anyway, back to art. What am I doing? Maybe I amp up these colors. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe I do like an overlay to each of them and just bring in I spruce them all up a little bit. Maybe that's what I do. I can't play with tryhards. It's no fun. See, I actually liked trying hard, and I know tryhard is kind of a derogatory term, but I'm going to use it in a non-derogatory. Like, I actually think tryharding is great, but I think there's a difference, and this is actually this relates to art too, because I think like I ramble about this in art with a whenever we talk about like perfectionism or like just trying hard in art where you're doing everything you can to make your picture the best it can be. But oftentimes I find that the people who are most like, getting angry or sort of getting frustrated is when it's not working. And oftentimes I find that the reason it's not working is because they're actually focused on the wrong aspects of what makes it good. So either the tryhards are getting angry at you even though they're focused on the wrong aspect of the game, right? And so the things that they're focused on are like nitpicking the little stuff, but they're not even looking at like the big picture or their own play, right? They're just like they're focused over there off in the distance instead of what's actually happening, right? Or in art, it's like, fussing over details instead of trying to think about, the bigger things like composition and values, right? And I find both of them, they give the impression of like, these people are really serious, you know? Like, look how many hours they can sink into a painting. You know, look how many, uh, look how angry they get if they don't win. But it's like, they're also not winning that often in video games. Or like, they might spend 150 hours on a painting and it's like, it's okay, but like, purely sinking time into something doesn't make you like try harding to me is different than actually like getting good. Like those two things are different. So I think if you bring the attitude of like we have to win at all costs, sure, then you're frustrating to play with. But I quite like the people who are trying their best. They're locked in. They're focused. But they also have a clear head about what contributes to winning. Not blaming teammates helps you win, right? If you're blaming teammates and picking fights with your team, you're not gonna win as much because hold on, I need to go blow my nose. My nose is runny. 1 second. BRB. Okay, I'm back. But yeah, I just find that so many people, like, if you really cared about winning, for example, in a video game, you would not be picking fights with your own teammates, right? Because that is not going to help you win. So you cannot claim to be serious about winning if you are picking fights with your teammates. Because serious players don't do that, right? So this is like the you want to make your painting perfect, so you're rendering every little square inch without realizing that rendering every square inch is going to make your painting not probably as good as if you actually have a focus, right? So it's this weird like getting so caught up in the little things that you're not even thinking about what actually makes you win, right? Like your teammates playing well are going to make you win. So yelling at them isn't going to make them play better. And so maybe you're not going about it the right way. So anyway, I always had a weird like I always thought of myself as a tryhard, but I never raged. And I maybe not never. I tried not to rage. And yeah, it's this very weird thing where I feel like a lot of people get it very mixed up. Anyway, welcome Artjack. How's it going? That Artjack just rated us. Howdy, howdy. How's it going? Would you like to share what you were doing? You know the drill, art tax, all that. What were you doing today? Avius says, the only time I get annoyed is if someone is obviously griefing and messing up the game by constantly going the opposite way from the rest of the team, but as long as people try their best. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even... Yeah, I mean, I think what I've learned, though, same within art, if you really want to win more, or if you really want to get better, which will lead to winning more, is you just have to focus on your own gameplay, right? At some point, you do what you can do, and if you're thinking about all the other stuff that you don't have control over, you're wasting your time and energy thinking about that, right? So that's where, like, if you want to get good, don't worry about what other people are doing. Don't rage when they're doing better or, get jealous. Like, just focus on your own work. Keep on moving forward. Keep on playing. Keep on whatever, because it doesn't actually do any good. In fact, it does the opposite. It does you harm to be, like, overly focused on stuff you can't control. And so that's something that I actually learned from League of Legends and have applied it to, like, learning art. It's just sort of a, like, who cares if that, 12-year-old somehow has 30 more years of experience than you? Like, sure, that 12-year-old is like, whatever, they're killing it. They're doing awesome work. Great. So what? Are you gonna stop doing art because of that? Like, no. You just keep making art. Like, don't worry about it. Maybe try, you can still try to learn from them. Be like, oh, they're really good. What are they doing that I could pick up on? Like, what, maybe I can learn something. If not, then don't worry about it. you know? And if you can, then do something about it. Also, don't worry about it. I don't know. That's why professional teams have coaches, to curb the blame game and help everyone focus on their weakness. Yeah, it's a more big picture view, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see it in the moment, but it's those two commonalities to me are so, it's so clear to me that the things that people who seemingly, like, I think that's one issue with the term tryhard, is because I think people always use it as, like, maybe try is the word, right? They're trying to be a tryhard. Like, they're not actually doing the thing that would make them a hardcore player. They're just trying to be a hardcore player, right? Like, because I don't have any problem with people who are actually really intense and actually doing the work, and they're taking the steps to better themselves, but complaining is not one of them. Complaining is not a step that makes you a better player, and so, or a better artist. So yeah, I don't know. I just, at some point it's like, yeah, I don't know. I'd much rather just not deal with that. And so I like activities that I can do on my own, where I can just focus on my own stuff, and I don't even have to worry about other people too much. And I think art is just the perfect one of those. So yeah, that's why I like art and games that I can play on my own, and that's why I don't play League of Legends anymore. But it is a fun game. I do actually enjoy, that kind of game where you're picking a character, you're having strategy, you're competing against other people. That I actually find fun. It's just the idea that there's too many people who would rather complain about what you may or may not be doing, or what your teammates may or may not be doing, than what they're actually, than actually playing the game. Did you see our vision that number 5 is like radioactive sewage dam? Ooh, I didn't see that. I like that. Number 5 is looking like a sewage dam. Looks cool. Oh, it does kind of look like that, maybe? Like, do you mean like the sewage is coming this way, or it's running down here? I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but I kind of like the idea. Could be fun to take it in that direction. It does look a little radioactive. No tax today. I've been resting the hand this week after a very heavy couple of months. Oh, that's good to rest a hand. So today was impromptu lectures on historical armor. Ooh, fun. That is a cool topic. Running down. Okay, yeah, I could see like the drainage or something running down. That's interesting. Yeah, no, these initially though were just trees with shadows, but I mean, I'm having a hard time seeing it. But let's do that. Let's play around with that idea a bit. So first, I'm gonna Google something. I'm just gonna Google sewage drain and see what comes up. This might be a terrible thing to Google. Hold on. I'm not gonna share my screen for good reason. Sewer drain. Images. No, that's not bad. That's just sewage. I mean, there's some stuff like this that isn't bad. Just like big drain pipes. Just seeing if I can find anything that like runs downhill. Ooh, stuff like this. Maybe we'll put these pipes at the top of the hill and they'll run down the hill. The colors here, these colors are pretty on point. Actually, I like these colors are very similar. Look at that. Look how samey these colors are. They're almost like the exact same. There's definitely some strong color associations there. Have I seen Gone in 60 Seconds? I have. Yeah. I loved that movie as like a teenager. I don't know how that relates to what we're talking about. Running down like Grand Coulee Dam. I'll have to look that one up. Oh, where they're driving through the thing and they're going through the area and they go up on the side of the they go up here and then they go through here and they're like zipping around like I don't know if like in the LA canals. Is that what? Yeah, like I don't know if that's quite if I drew this in a way that you guys can tell what it is. I think there's stuff like that. Anyway. Let me look up that. Look up Grand Coulee Dam. Okay. Okay. Kinda, yeah. I kinda get it. I understand. Drainage canal. And there's things like this. Yeah, so like something like this mixed with this and mixed with this. So you have sewage running down the slope of a place. I think I mean I kind of have okay, I kind of get what we could do here. So let's do what if we had large like yeah, so imagine these on the top of this, right? These things are on the top. Oh, hold on. Let's move all this. And then they're running down like but this thing is actually smaller, not quite as large as a giant dam. Although I like this stuff better. But yeah, I'm not sure about the dam, but this one's neat. Anyway. There. We have some stuff. What if I do... Yeah, that'll work. I think this, to me, is probably the most useful picture, because the other stuff is not that hard to imagine. So yeah, maybe there's, like, a big pipe coming out of this building. Actually, you know what? Let's just take this painting and work on it till the end of stream. So let me save these real quick. That's what we'll do. We're just gonna pick this one and turn it into a waste, toxic waste or something. It may not be toxic waste, but we're gonna make it something. I don't know. We'll see. Wait, this is not what I want. Let's do this. There we go. Popped. I think we were talking about riot stuff with Zon popped into your mind and made me think sewage. True. They do have the like the chem and also the green like the chem baron stuff. That's a thing. Or maybe that's the same. Is that the Zon? That is the Zon, isn't it? Yeah, they have all that chemical stuff. Yeah, lots of sewage pooped into your mind. I love it when typos happen. Chemtech. Yeah, Chemtech. Yeah, good at typing. You're very skilled today at the as a typist. So yeah, if this is chemtech stuff, not actually chemtech, but you know what I mean. If this is like sewage stuff, maybe we put these shapes as more industrial looking, and maybe there's some industrial shapes, less buildings and more, I don't know, something. I'm just playing with the shapes a bit. And if these are, I mean, we could do something like this where there's still like a curve here, and these things could be going down the side. Maybe there's, this stuff is, I mean, maybe it's the black goo, the gunk is draining down into the curb. I don't know. Okay, so there's like one pipe, and again, we can try to make it look better later if we want. Um, what's all this stuff? And we could do like barrels of things. Oops. Barrels up here that are leaking. Yeah, oh, you were thinking of the green. Well, I was kind of thinking of that too, but I didn't want. Oh, so you were thinking of a whole bunch of it. You were just thinking of a ton. Like you were thinking of a ton of stuff going down. So you were thinking like all this stuff. I mean, that would be cool too. I guess that is kind of what it looks like, isn't it? I mean, the problem there is that now I would want to do something like this, and I would want to limit the amount of green stuff. I mean, let's try it. Let's do both. Well, okay, let's do the green radioactive then. Let's do that. So the way that I'm gonna do that though is, gosh, I almost want to do like an invert color, but I don't think that'll work. This, this. I'm always thinking in massive scale. Oh, see, I'm making this more like small scale, but that's fine. We can go like that. And of course this stuff can sort of go down here. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure what scale we're talking now. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, again, we can change the scale of this and make it like a large structure, but I'm just trying to think, how do we? I don't know. I mean, I guess we could put some things over here. Big scale, yeah, yeah. I mean, then we gotta change this stuff a lot. Yeah, maybe we should change some of that right now. Let's make these things much larger. I don't know. This is just, we can still treat it as a sketch. If we goof things up and it turns out looking terrible, then so be it. This one can go down there. Maybe some up top. So some playing with the tall, medium, large, big, medium, small shapes. Yeah, maybe some barrels. I don't know. I'm not really sure what's going on. I mean, this may or may not look great. Literally just making shapes, graphical shapes, and then we can figure out stuff from there. Foreground objects. Maybe these objects are going to be a little bit more in the foreground. We'll literally just layer them in. I don't know. I probably should at least sketch to the edge of the page first. Objects in the middle. This is a weird painting for me, but we'll see how it works. I love seeing your process. I want to learn how to block stuff out more. I've only ever done flat line art on the fly, so this process basically sculpting is very nice to me. Yeah, it can be nice, but it can also be a pain in the butt. Like, I don't think it's always better or anything. It has its ups and downs. I think for stuff like this, actually, it probably isn't ideal. Also, I'm not sure, like, because I haven't done enough planning of, like, of the shapes and, what is it that we're doing? Is this a giant city? And if it is, maybe there should be, like, different layers here. Like stairs, that this thing is dripping down these stairs. And so you have like these layers of these things, almost like waterfalls. And then here, here, sort of. You're a huge sucker for anything apocalyptic and steampunky. Yeah, I mean, I think this will be fun. We have like these giant. I mean, I realize how loose this is right now, so it's probably a little weird for people's brains to like see this because it's so chunky. But the goal, hopefully, or the goal is for me to be able to make it like register in your brain. You know, when you look at it, you're like, I kind of get it. And of course, I can flesh that out later. Like, I think we want shapes in the foreground. Now the question is scale. You know, I'm constantly trying to figure out scale because I haven't... It's funny because where I started, right, so with this, is so different already that I'm basically just abandoning everything. And so I'm basically treating this as the thumbnail, so I'm basically just still exploring stuff. Like, what if one of these has like a, you know, a layer that sticks out? And then there's stuff over here going this way. So one of the things, this is actually funny. This is a concept that is, you know, quite common in art, but I actually keep running into it in Minecraft build videos, which is if you have a bunch of stuff going this way, right? You don't just want stuff going that way. Maybe you also want something going at a different angle, you know? So maybe you have another slope coming in here at a different angle. But you don't just want things at different angles. You also want them at different heights. But you don't just want them at different heights and different angles. Bring them in from a different direction. What if there was another slope coming this way, right? And then they merge. And so now you have things that, like, you know, it's not just on one axis. It's on multiples, but it's not just on multiples. They're also at different heights, and some in the foreground, some in the background. And so you have all these different angles at all the different layers of depth at all the different heights. So you're using, like, you know, height, length, and width, all of them. And that's something that is easy to forget. So, like, I have all these shapes going this way, but what if I also put some, you know, another layer here, and then there's this toxic waste going down that way, you know? Well, it's not about being messy and with lots of stuff. It can still be organized. It's just if you think of these as like tools, right? If foreground, midground, background is a tool to show depth, right? It's saying don't just put one thing in the foreground, one thing in the midground, one thing in the background. Why don't you vary them? Why don't you say your biggest thing's going to be in the midground, your small thing's going to be, you know, maybe you put two things in the foreground, they're smaller, and then, or a giant thing in the background. Like, you're varying it, right? And instead of having a perfect line, what if I put them over here? Ah, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much, Octils. I appreciate it. So, instead of just having everything in, like, a straight line, you're just saying, well, what if I just mix it up? What if I put something over here, and something over here, and a couple things over here, right? So now you're ping-ponging, right? And it's not, well, okay, but not just three in left to right, but what if this one is on a hill, you know? So now we have this one's on a hill, this one's not on a hill, right? Or it could be. And maybe this one is, you know, even higher up or something, you know, and so suddenly you get these levels of depth that are like you're playing with things in a way that maybe isn't as intuitive, you know. It's just a little bit more interesting. I did this terribly, but you get the idea. Worst example I've ever given. Anyway, we'll go like that. But you know, the idea is like you're not everything is just a flat ground plane with what random stuff, right? You can raise it, push it down, move it to the right. You can do all the things. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm talking about here, where it's, you know, I'm just trying to, you know, bring in some additional shapes. Maybe there's a big foreground shape, but again, the foreground shape doesn't have to be the same height as all the others. Maybe it's bigger. Anyway, I can tell how much you love art. It's awesome to see. Aw. Well, thank you so much for the sub. That's very generous of you. And no, I do. I like talking about, like, what makes pictures work. You know, I like that concept. We were going through what were we going through today? We were going through Map Crunch. Here, let me show you. Wait, crap, did I not save it? I don't think I saved our paintings today. Oh no. Oh no. Our sketches. Oh, that's okay. But I do have these. Yeah, but anyway, I was showing the map crunch stuff today, and we were just going through random locations, and a lot of them were like they were really good talking points for like simple environments that like a total beginner could draw, right? Somebody, if you just started today. Also, I like this scene. It's very nice. But anyway, like some scenes are very simple and like, they have clear foreground, midground, background. Other scenes are a little bit more complicated, right? This is literally turning 90 degrees, where now we have a road. Same scene, same location, same day. But this one is a little harder to draw because now you have things going in. But it's also more interesting, right? Like, you still have layers of foreground, midground, background, but now you have something going into the scene. So it's like, this is very one-dimensional. This adds another dimension. But then you can, you get more complicated scenes and you have kind of the same sort of thing. You have different layers, but you have more depth and you have more... Anyway, so it's very similar to that. And then this, of course, is what we based our starting painting off of. Yeah, at least you have the VOD, yeah. 3D modeling helps a lot with that. Every time you're here, you derail me. I mean, my stream is just a giant derailment. That's what I do. So I don't think it's you. I mean, it's literally anyone talking. I appreciate the derailment. But anyway, this was our initial painting, and now we're just totally sorry, this wasn't the painting. This was our initial image. But this is, yeah, we are totally derailing into some other area. But no, don't feel bad for derailing stream, because one, it's not you, it's me, and two, I welcome it. It makes the conversation more interesting for me, probably for other people too. Okay, let's try something. Let's bring in some overlay and bring in like toxic green. Just really cranking up the greenery. I don't think you call toxic waste greenery. I don't think that's what that word means. But we're gonna crank up the greenery. This also brings me back a little bit to architecture school. Landscape architecture. Actually, no, it was actual architecture, not landscape architecture. I mean, I got my degree in landscape architecture, but the class that I'm going to tell this anecdote from was regular architecture. I remember we were doing this assignment. It was one of our like, literally like the design 101, like very basic first design course. We weren't even doing architecture. It was just like generic design kind of like principles. And we technically were building in 3D space, but it wasn't buildings per se. It was just like take a motif, and mine was like these circular tubes. So very similar to what we're painting now, a circular tubes. And then you build basically like a house with them, but they're just a structure. It had to occupy like, like a square, like a 4x4 inch, or maybe it was like 6x6 inch. So just like a little thing, but a cube, right? And you had to create whatever motif. Everybody had a different motif, and mine were basically these tubes, and you had to create a thing with them. Basically, it was very non-descriptive, and it was kind of just a very artsy design project where you're like trying to make it interesting. But the concept they were really nailing is they don't just want like a house with a few tubes going through it, right? They were like, what if you just fill it, all different sizes, all different angles, going every which way, and then you can start removing them as you want, but like push it to the extreme. You should have things going everywhere, because the idea is to like explore the the outer limits kind of what you can do, and then you can dial it back if you need. But like they were trying to teach us to like push the idea. And that's kind of what I'm like not doing right now, right? I would be failing that assignment right now because this assignment, like right now I have two tubes that are going this. What if I had some this way and some sticking out further than others, you know? And some, you know, taller than others, and some that are turned off. So not all of them are going to have the toxic waste coming out of them. Some will just be old dried up ones, you know. And so basically anything you can contrast them with, you know, big ones, small ones, angled ones, non-angled. And again, I'm not saying I have to do that, but it's that idea of like I am allowed to do that, right? Those are, if I'm not considering them, then am I really like doing a, you know, like I should at least be considering all those options, even if I choose not to do them. Now, sometimes you don't want to do that, and that's fine. But you can make things much more because like most places, even like a, you know, if you're designing a city for like a TV show or something, not in real life. In real life, you just want them grids or whatever because that's easy and simple. But if you're trying to make something interesting, like yeah, you want that street that comes in at a weird angle. What about having an off ramp that comes at a, you know, downward? Like suddenly it feels, I don't know, interesting for lack of a better word. But I think for me, the tricky part about that, at least when it comes to drawing, is that it's hard. Like that's just way harder to do. Also, like instead of just having stuff in the background, what if you put stuff in the foreground, right? Like bringing in some of that. Um, Also, these colors are kind of interesting. They're very browns, but a lot of browns, and then we have that random green stuff. But yeah, anyway, I do like that kind of thinking because it's something that I find that I actually don't do very well. Maybe why I'm not a professional architect. I love looking at how cities are laid out, especially old ones that have evolved over time. Yeah, I mean, I think real life does this a lot, where you know if it's an old city or things have evolved, yeah, things just kind of get placed weirdly, and there's a lot of like shapes and stuff that don't conform to what you think they might, you know. And I think oftentimes when we start to go to painting, especially without references, we can we can kind of forget that complexity and interestingness is there. That's not a word. Interestingness. That interest is there, or something, right? There's actually, but yeah, there's a lot of things you could do. I have no idea what I'm painting right now, by the way. I'm just making shapes, but maybe that's good. Here's a shape. Maybe shape's going this way. Shape going that way. Some sort of city. Maybe like a drainage pipe going down here. Or something. Old desert cities are my favorite now. The ways they are built to help keep things cool. Oh, I didn't know that. That would make sense that they're built to keep things cool. I imagine there's a lot of like planning around like sun angles and stuff, right? But I don't actually know. I don't know anything about old cities or desert cities. Maybe we do put like a drainage pipe here. That's the worst ellipse I've ever drawn. But it's still at least something that I drew. Maybe something like that. Do we want something that in the foreground like that? I don't know if that gets too close to the edge there. Could maybe do something like that. Windar narrow streets. I don't know what that word means. Winder. Narrow streets to have as much shade as possible, because the more airflow and breezes. Oh, interesting. Narrow streets. Windy. I don't know. Okay. I think I know what you're saying. So, tall, narrow streets to have as much shade. But hopefully enough to allow the wind to blow through. Windy. Oh, you mean windy. Windy. So they wind. Like winding. Not windy. Winding. I think it's spelled the same way as wind. Windy and windy? I don't know how you spell those two words. But got it. I don't know. I don't know how to I'm bad at words, so I don't blame you. I don't know how to word. As Skittle says, sometimes you word, sometimes you wordn't. Which I think is pretty fitting in this case. I was like, I don't know what you're trying to say. Not blow whoosh windy, just slippery snake windy. Yeah, English is dumb. The fact that windy and windy are spelled the same way, and they mean completely different things, and they can both be used to describe the same thing. You can have a windy road, or you can have a windy road. Do I want this to go off the page here? I don't know if I do. Maybe if I put another one over here. Random holes in the street. Probably not safe for anyone. Winding road is the phrase I know. Yeah, that's the phrase I know too. English 101. I mean, this is... I think that's beyond English 101. But yeah, I know what you mean. So right now, I'm purely adding lines in perspective to try and make, well, basically try and make the perspective read a little bit better. So even things like this, right? So if I'm making this shape here, maybe I want this shape, you know, so I have these little overhangs like here and here, but what if I put another one here and here, you know? Like, this building doesn't have to be perfectly square, you know? And so maybe, but then maybe on this side of this building, we do another layer over here, you know? So this one's a little, it sticks out a little over here. Right, and then maybe we have another shape that sticks out over here. So yeah, but yeah, somebody mentioned 3D is good for this. It really is. I think this is one of those things where you can push and pull, and you can do all sorts of stuff. That went too complicated there. Let's undo that. But yeah, this is definitely one of those things that 3D helps with. where you can extrude objects and push them and you know, copy them and make different shapes. Is it windy wind or windy wind? I don't know. What am I doing here, though? That's a question. Trying to figure out something here. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the goal right now. Is just to make it look interesting. You know, there's a little bit of like, what are the things, but I'm not as concerned with that. I mean, we can always sketch stuff out, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to play around, make things look interesting. Also, I'm trying to, you know, keep an open mind about like, what am I painting? You know, is it industrial? If it is, or do we have lots of little like beams and you know, structural elements that maybe like, you know, go diagonally and are, you know, this thing is built up in such a way that I don't know. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe this thing's like maybe there's a doorway here. I do like my doorways. I think it's one of those interesting things in art. It's like, oh, it leads somewhere, and you're like, well, where does it lead? Maybe there's like a little narrow spot. It's like giant industrial doors or something. I don't know. Maybe not. Anyway, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Just messing around, trying to... We could probably fix some of these lines going off the page. You know, maybe there's a stair... Maybe there's stairs here. If we want to do something like, show some more scale. I mean, this thing doesn't feel very large to me. "100% your vibe." No, I'm glad. I'm glad you like it. Did a lot of Minecraft, and now Enshrouded Building. Both games are on square grids, and finding ways to break the grid brings your builds to life so much more interesting. It really does. Yeah, learning to build on a diagonal in Minecraft is such a it really is it does bring your builds to life. Also, doing things like if you're gonna uh hold on. Let me open up a... If you're gonna build something, let's say with a roof, instead of just doing like 1 block and 2 blocks and like, you know, at a 45-degree angle, doing things like, you know, 1 block, 3 blocks, and, you know, and so you could have a roof at this angle instead of 45 degrees. And like there was I think it was a B00 who is probably my like, as far as Minecraft builders go, I really enjoy him because, one, he's really good, but also the way he talks about building is very like art central. Like he has, I think, an architect background. I think he quite literally is an architect, or was, maybe he, I don't know. But anyway, So like he approaches design and building from a very similar way to the way that I like to think about it. But when he's doing buildings, like he will have there's like he has one build where, you know, he has like angles like this, like that are really angles that you wouldn't see in a Minecraft build, right? And so, you know, like for example, he has like it's like a witch house or something. And so he has like a roof that goes like this, and then another one that comes off of it like this. Um, and there's these like literally like, you know, this is like a 2x3 and this is like a 1x3 or something. Or but like it's at a big enough scale. It's not a massive scale, but it's a big enough scale that he can put angles that are not the normal, like, you know, this might be the 1x2 scale that a normal Minecraft block would have, you know, like that. But these other blocks are not at that scale. They're at a different ratio, right? And so it's quite cool when you look at a build from a distance and it has a, you know, these angles that are like, or, you know, it's instead of being on a square grid, you know, top down view, you rotate it at 45-degree angles, you know. So now you have, you know, your blocks are still this way, but now they're on their diagonals. Like that's something that is quite, you know, it's quite interesting if you're building. It's much harder to do to plan a build on its side, but you know, that kind of build is I don't know, just very interesting to have things on on a 45-degree angle, because most people just do everything on a grid, you know. Or what if you do a building where like it's like this, right, and you combine it, right, so it's still right, the silhouette of the building is still gridded out, but now it looks like that, you know. Like you could set up your building foundation like that, and now you get some weird little corners, and like, yeah, you have to solve some problems when you get to the roof and stuff, but it can definitely make things way more interesting. And that's the same principle, right? Instead of having everything lined out in one direction, what if you change direction? Don't just have it at 45-degree angles. What if you have it at this angle? Now, again, you might have to do a bigger scale. It's much harder in something like Minecraft. But the same is true in a painting where, you know, don't just have, you know, this stuff that is falling down, you know, whatever, toxic waste. Don't just have that going down one direction, but what about at an angle, you know, literally have it running down a slope. It's also not just coming over this side, it's also coming over that side, right? So now there's 3 dimensions we're playing with. Anyway, I think I've made my point. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. And all of that is to say, it's also mixed with another concept, which is like shape design and sort of shape language, right? Where maybe like sometimes you don't just want to mix stuff for a random reason, right? You don't want to be like, well, what if I have green here? What if I put pink over here? Like you don't just want to start throwing random colors everywhere. And so or shapes, right? Maybe I have a square here. Do I just want to put triangles in my image? Maybe, but maybe not. Maybe that's gonna be too weird to have just one weird triangle in my image, like unless that's the focal point. But maybe I do want a triangle over there, you know? Maybe that would be nice. To put something over there, a different shape. Or maybe there's a shape that is a better shape, like an industrial equipment shape, like it's gonna look like the claw of like a hook, like a, I don't know, like a crane or something, you know? If this thing looks kind of industrial, maybe you put a crane over here. In the background. Or shapes that make us think of cranes. Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna look up some stuff, maybe some art. Somebody said mentioned Zon. Some of the Zon artwork. So this underground place with it's very steampunky, right? There's a lot of, one of the things, the shapes here, they have a lot of these little motifs of like circular tubes and surprisingly intricate like catwalk platforms, which makes sense, right? A lot of these like metal structures with the bars, right? Here's more of it, right? Again, metal structures, these bars. I don't even know if this is actually one of the real images, but they, they have, so yeah, this sort of motif there, which is kind of neat. It's a neat motif. Right, you can see it echoing throughout here as well. These little intricate metal platforms, more up here, right? These little bars, catwalks over here. Even in the signage is these metal iron things that are, deteriorating. Old, like, everything has this like spindly look, right? There's this, it just echoes throughout everything. Quite interesting. Yeah, I say VODs. My VODs are all on YouTube. Yep, all the VODs are on YouTube. I don't save them on Twitch, but they're on YouTube. I also just stream on YouTube, like I am right now. Although most people aren't, I don't think there's anybody watching or chatting on YouTube. Or there isn't anyone chatting on YouTube, but I don't think there's anybody watching either. But YouTube is just for VODs. So yeah, that's a thing. Let's see, what else do I want to do? This brush also, not that it's a big deal, but it is a little, yeah, let's keep on just painting with this stuff. So this ooze is coming down, it's flowing. And I am very much eyeballing all this, which is probably not great. Just like in we were just talking about that other paint. Well, actually, it was this painting, but the one with the the shadows coming down, right? The same thing here I can do, where I can do like little textures down here of like maybe old stuff has like dried up, and so we have these textures that kind of are going down this ramp to help show what the form of this ramp. What's the prognosis for the week challenge cogwheel in there somewhere? What's the is that word supposed to be prognosis? The prognosis for a wee cheeky cogwheel. I'm not opposed to like cogwheel stuff. I don't really. Do you mean like just like this kind of thing? The thingies that spin? No bully, no bully. Yeah, no bullying. Yeah, I gotta think about that. Yeah. If I can find a good reason to put them in there, I will. I mean, I guess the reason is because steampunk is cool, I guess. I don't know. But let's first I'm just gonna sketch out some of this, try to figure out a little bit what's going on here. So I'm kind of just coming in here and trying to describe the form a little more accurately. So, we have some shapes coming here, then there's some overlap, and then the bright yellow can come down here. And so there's some spots that I'm trying to be a little bit more careful with than others. As a story element, you could add a water wheel. Like, this used to be a way to move clean water. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot, actually. That's a really good idea. Now I'm thinking about where do I add it. I mean, right here would be the obvious thing, where you... I mean, I say that because this would just be a good spot to tuck it away. Kinda. But yeah, that's a good idea. Could also add them on this side. Maybe something like this. And of course, now I need to go find references for water wheels, because I don't know what the heck a water wheel looks like. But I assume it's just like a... Maybe this one's coming from the water wheel. If this thing is still moving. We actually had that on a PC commission years ago. It's a good idea. Like, yeah, toxic water wheel. Yeah, it's taking an idea. Yeah, that's a cool idea. It does a lot of story element in that, It's kind of subtle in some ways. But yeah, it's like, well, water wheels aren't ever built for toxic waste. But maybe it's just there. I don't know. I don't like the location of that. Also, I'm failing to draw it in perspective. But I do like this one. And yeah, maybe there's some over here too. Or maybe we start introducing some circular motifs that all feel like water wheels. I don't know why we have so many of them. Yeah, it is cool. Let's see. Also, keeping this stuff to be in perspective a little bit better would probably be good. Again, doesn't have to be perfect, but it sure helps if it's a little more accurate. So that we can kind of track where this chemical stuff is going. Could also be like a cracked area over here. I don't know. Be a very large one. Yeah, maybe. Maybe a very large one coming from behind the structure with the pipe leaking. Yeah, maybe. Like over here or over here. I'm trying to think how to do it over here. I mean, there might be a way to do like... I don't know. Let me look up some water wheels. I just googled metal water wheel images. Stuff like that's kind of neat. I mean, we could probably do something like this. Try and make it not too too dark. But I don't want it to make it look theme park. Right? We don't want to make it looking like it's a Ferris wheel. Yeah, no theme park motifs, you know? That's probably good to avoid. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Also, let's move this thing a little bit. Yeah, I do think we need to do something over here. Although I actually think maybe more like pipes and stuff over here would work. I don't know. I do think we need some negative space over there though. Like maybe this is like a giant powered facility or something. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on over here. Maybe these are old, a big wheel that is supported by those columns? Maybe. I don't know how that would... Oh, you mean like this? Like... Like going that way? So like it would rotate this way? I think I drew... my perspective's off there, but is that kind of what you meant? Like, that or the bottom there? Yeah, we could maybe do that. Yeah, maybe if I can do some sort of giant wheel. I don't know. Yeah, that could be fun. Let's try it. Just a massive wheel. Of course, this thing will... That would be the focal point? Yeah. Almost too big to show. So it also goes below the surface here. So like I imagine it would go underneath here. Okay, so the question is, what the heck do the water wheel wheel part look like? I guess like this, right? I mean, almost to the T. Like that's just almost the same angle and everything. Trying to figure out how do I want this to look. Do I make it super obvious that it's a water wheel, or do I... My perspective is all wonky. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is looking quite right. You can hardly tell what it is, but I'm not drawing it very well, I don't think. I don't know if I like the brown, though. And then you have to ask, as the viewer, what's down there. You might have to add glow. Yeah, we could probably do, like... Yeah, I don't think it's super obvious, but yeah, maybe... Yeah, it's tough. I guess if I were to put this other side here, like this side, then we could show the gears or the wheel part, you know? And then it might be more obvious. Also, I like that angle better. Yeah, taller off the page. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we could do two of them also. But I don't know if that's quite what I want to do. Also, there's a little bit of like weird three-point perspective stuff going on where the perspective's not very well defined. See, the question is, do I want this to go off the page? Or do I just... Or not off the page. Off the page is fine. That... Something like that, maybe. I don't know. It's a little wonky. I didn't do a perfect job of it, but that's okay. Not bad for, I think, for pretty quickly getting it in. And also, we can still do some perspective stuff. Just sketch out the side of this building. mean, I don't like that these are game. Yo, Joe, what a cool lighting scenario this is. Oh, thanks, Stoic. Yeah, it's kind of a weird, I mean, it's kind of overcast, right? It's not super well lit. In fact, it's funny you mentioned that. Now that I think about it, I actually don't like the lighting, um, because there isn't much of it, right? It's very basic. But the glowy goo or whatever is something. That's a thing. This always happens after a con. It does. It does. It happens a lot. I do appreciate it though. Thank you. But no, because I hadn't really been thinking about the lighting to be honest. But now that I am, let's just suppose we take a scene and we make it darker and gloomier and more moody. And then we do put the lighting in, and we say, okay, well, what if this thing, what if the light is just shining right in, you know, down here, it's showing this stuff. Maybe it's catching a little bit of light coming across this way. And like, yeah, maybe we do put in some of the light down here. It's catching some of it. But a lot of this stuff is going to have light, or have shadows. Like this. What if we did something like that? This is light. This is in light. That's in shadow. Maybe there's some lighting here. See, now we're starting to get a little bit more lighting because I pushed it a bit more. And that's something where it's like, that I actually like. Yeah, it works more like a vignette. Yeah, and it also just allows me to, if I want, to come in here with like a, if I want to come in here with like a little bit more hard edge, because now I know where, like if I have a shadow here, for example, this stuff could be in soft light, but then I can kind of make like a little bit of a hard edge here where the light does fall because I've actually planned it out just a little bit, you know? And then of course some here, this stuff. And again, it's not super hard edged light because again we are kind of in, we're in like a gloomy environment anyway. So create, yeah. I mean, I think what helps though is you have to know what mood you want, right? That's the tricky part. But yeah, you're totally right. Faithos Studios, yeah, it can really enhance the mood. Um, and that's one of the reasons why when someone's like, "Oh, I love the lighting," I'm like, "Oh, lighting, light bulb moment. Let's think about lighting for a moment." I'm like, "Oh, I don't actually have a light source. Where is that light source?" I'm like, "Well, I know it's overcast, but like maybe I do want a little bit of direct light popping in." And then it sort of brings it to my attention. I'm like, "Okay, let's decide. Let's make a choice." And then I make a choice, and it's better than not making a choice. Overlay and color. Yeah, this one I used multiply. I used a multiply layer. Again, maybe it wasn't the perfect, thing, but really just darkening some of the occluded areas more, right? With the multiply, if you look at like right around these dark areas, or like the nooks and crannies, the deeper in the pits of the depths of the things, if this is a big pipe, maybe we put a big dark shape here. Maybe a darker shape back here. That might be too dark. Maybe not. just little bits of darkness here and there. Makes it feel like there's things that could be creeping in the shadows. Overlay and color touch, yeah. Okay, let's take a look in Discord. You said you put occlusion does so much it's almost dangerous to do it too early in the sketch coloring stage. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think so. I think it is dangerous to do it too early, and that's why I don't. Oftentimes, I just forget about it. You know, I probably overdid it here, but yeah. I mean, I think if you draw with lines, you kind of avoid this though, because lines kind of are. You could almost think of them as drawing the occluded areas. Like, if you draw, you know, two hands stuck together, guess where that hard dark line is going? Right in the middle of them, you know? Like, right down that crack. That, you're gonna put a line there. That line is acting as that separation. You know, you draw an object on the ground. You know, like, here's the ground plane. Oh. Right? Here's the ground. If you draw an object on the ground, guess what you're doing? You're putting a line right on the ground. Guess what that line is acting as? It's like, right, like lines kind of have this built in where you have these like these nice dark edges to things. Let's just go like that, right? And now not every edge is an occluded, right? That's not occlusion, but oftentimes when you color things, like, oh, I'm going to color this in, and then you color this in, you still end up with these dark lines that kind of do it pops the objects out for you, you know? And that's super convenient, because it really, it does make it look nice, right? It makes it look nice to have these nice, defined edges. Sometimes when you're painting with just values, you actually, yeah, you don't have that, and it kind of sucks. It can be a little easy to go a little overboard. And that's why sometimes I'll also just treat it as lines, and I'll come back in and be like, okay, well, here's the bottom of this thing. You know, here's this line. I'm just going to add it in. You know, I'm obviously not doing that like that. But yeah. Okay, I'm going to actually paint in a lot of this metallic looking color right along the edge. Not metallic, but like some sort of copper color. I might even add some blues and stuff to it. So I have an idea, actually. So one of the things that metal, especially when you get like oil or grease or anything, one of the things that you end up getting is a lot of this, what's the word? Chromatic? No, not chromatic. There's a word for it. For that shiny color, like a bug's carapace. What's the word? What's the word that I'm looking for? Where you get these like neon colors. Not fluorescent. Not bioluminescent. Iridescent. Iridescent. I was gonna say prismatic. No, iridescence. Right? Sometimes you get that like that iridescent look of, you know, like a unnaturally like shiny, and you get just these little sparkles of color where it's like you're taking a color and you're just cranking up the saturation to max. And actually that's what I do. So if you want to add, like, sometimes you'll see like a color. So if I color pick this, I get this green. Well, what if I bring in the extra green, right? Or, oh, I have this color, it's like a yellow. What if I make it really yellow? And so you add in some of these shiny colors. I find it can be quite nice. And of course, not everything is going to have that. The amount of times I paint over any line drawing and then remove the lines only to see how much work they were doing. Exactly. They do, and that's kind of what I was getting at, is like the lines can do a lot of work for adding those sort of occluded areas. Yeah. And that's why sometimes just going back in and literally adding the lines, you know? Adding a nice hard edge where that line should be. But I think that the tricky part is that sometimes when you're doing paintings, you actually don't want the whole thing to be a hard edge, right? And sometimes you need that line to be a light line instead of a dark line. Nope, I drew this on the wrong side. That's a perspective goof. So if this is like that sludge stuff coming down, it would come this way, right? Because yeah, because that's just how that angles work. Perspective, yo. Okay. Let's see. Maybe there's like a weird angled pipe here where it's like this thing was built in front of it. And maybe this one has like a grate on it or something. Nope, just a vertical grate. Maybe with a single crossbar. Maybe 2 crossbars. Nah, just a vertical grate will work. And a lip under here. And of course, any sort of metal structure is going to have a thickness to it, where like it's bolted to the, you know, it's bolted to the wall. You think what makes art hard for you is you can learn where soft edges and hard edges should be, but then you need to figure out where I need them to be for the image you're making. Yeah, I mean, I'll admit, I think hard edges and soft edges are tough. It's because there's multiple sort of schools of thought. And it's not just like philosophy schools of thought, but like there are, so like sometimes, like for example, a cast shadow, like if I shine a light on my face, actually I think I can literally do it here. Ignore my arm, right? Like if I, well, oh crap, you won't be able to see it because it's in front. But like on this side, wait, dang it, I have a shadow on my face that you probably can't see from my hand, because it's on me. But anyway, if I were to turn this way and I have a shadow on this side, you're gonna have to believe me that it's gonna be a hard edge shadow, right? Okay, that's not. Hold on, let me just turn off my light. It's not helping. But anyway, the point I'm making is that if you have like a cast shadow, that cast shadow is going to create a pretty hard edge, right? Like either the light, you know, if I put something up and shine a light on it, it's going to cast a hard edge. But as it gets further away, the shadow becomes a little softer. But that's different from like just the general lighting that curves around my face, right? Like, yeah, the light's on my head, But as it curves around my head, that light gets a little bit less light, right? It gets a little softer and darker. So you, or like right here on my neck, right? That's a cast shadow. That's a nice hard edged line from the light up above. But then you have the light that's curving around my face to get to this side, and it's a little bit darker over here probably, especially if I turn my head, but then you can't see it. So it's like or you know the you know on top of my eye cheeks right here are lightest, but then as it gets down it's a little darker. Those are soft edges. So I think that stuff, that's like physical properties. There's very little, I mean there is interpretation, but it's like, you know, sometimes it's pretty clear that cast shadows are very hard-edged and form shadows are going to be much softer. Right? Like those things are pretty much easy to grasp. But then you have things like simplification and merging shapes, right? If you have this shape and you shine a light on it, and so this part's it mostly in light. Here, let's do it this way. You know, this is going to be in light. This is in light, right? These are going to be in darkness, mostly, but not totally, right? And then this is dark behind here. So here we run into a problem, right? And one of the problems is, okay, well, what do we do with the shadows? Do we make this side, which is a little bit lighter, do we want this to be like that? And then this is going to be a nice hard edge? Well, what do we do here, right? One thing, it says, okay, well, this is a square, so let's just make it a nice hard edge, you know? But another says, well, hold on, this is all in shadow. We could actually just merge these all together, right? And just simplify it. We don't need to see all the edges. It's a shadow. We don't care. This can just be there, right? We can have two shapes, and we can call it good. So there are choices where you start merging shapes. You know, maybe I come in here and maybe it's not totally soft, but I want to just soften all this. And so maybe all of this can be soft. You can still have some edge, right? But you don't need to see much because your brain understands, right? You have the shapes there. And so this is very much like up to your personal preference, right? This isn't, you know, this isn't saying here is an edge here. And even this, right? You can choose where to soften this edge. But this at least is a cast shadow. But this other corner, where you just have like two objects meeting, and this is like blurring things, you know, especially this interior where it's like, you know, it's still two shadow shapes, but one is lighter than the other. Well, you can play around a lot more in this area. And so this is where I struggle with, which is like how soft can I make this before it literally looks round, you know? Like maybe it's a little soft and a little hard. You know, this edge could maybe be entirely lost and it's, you know, completely soft. And so that you're kind of juggling these two things. There's like the visual graphical choices of simplifying shapes and making things clearly readable with how do things actually behave in the real world, which is typically hard edges for cast shadows. And as this edge gets further away, it can be softer, right? This is what you see in real life. So this could be a lot softer over here. And near the form, it's going to be a lot more defined, right? Again, down here by the form, very defined. As you get further away, much softer. And that's something that happens, right? So, you know, but there's no right or wrong way. There's options, you know? You could define these shadows all very, very crisp, you know? You don't have to make it softer as it gets further away. You know, you could also make these edges quite soft because they're contrasting in, you know, like maybe you just want the corners to be contrasty. And so, I don't know, I think it's hard, and I think there's other reasons you might soften things. There's also, like, depth of field. Again, it's just like, maybe you just want it not as clear, because it's not the focal point, right? So there's a lot of, like, camera focus type stuff going on. I don't know. It's tricky. I don't think... But it's also one of those things where I think this treatment can be kind of done at the end. It feels like a little bit of a detailing stage. That's how I see it. You can learn where soft edges and hard edges should be, but then I need to figure out where I need them to be for the image I'm making. Yeah. I think I get so I mean I think you're saying basically what I just said, right? Is that so did I just basically repeat your concern, which is like you understand where they should be, like on an object, but in the image, where the choices of like when to soften and when not to for like visual appeal. But yeah, I think that last one though is more like if you think of painting as like a camera, right? And you get to choose what's in focus. You really there is no right or wrong choice. And actually I think this is something that I really struggled with art early on. Was like, well, where do I place the horizon line? I know you like I know people will place it everywhere. And I'm not talking about like if I'm drawing from a picture, but like when I'm drawing, wait, what's the right place? And it's like, well, there isn't a right place. You get to choose that, right? The director or the photographer chooses how high up they put the camera, how down low. Like that's a choice that you get to make, and it's not an arbitrary. Like I think when you start, what makes it sucky is that it's an arbitrary choice. I'm just gonna paint one square with my eye line up here, and my square's gonna look like this because I picked a spot, and also I'm picking a random spot at literally at random, and my square just happens to look like this. Great. But then the next painting I do, I'm gonna put my eye line down there, and my vanishing point's gonna go here, and now my square's gonna look like this. And it's like, hold up. Like, these are totally different. But, like, which one's right? Well, it's like, none. What, in both? Right? Like, it just depends on what you're doing. If you're trying to show a top-down view of a scene, maybe you want to show the spatial layout between one object and the next. Like, maybe this would be better, because you can see more of the distance between things, right? Whereas here, everything's going to overlap, and it's going to look funny, and it's going to be hard to see things behind other things, because they're, you don't have enough space between them. This one's going to show the relationships between objects much better than this one. So I think that's kind of that leap in logic of like, what is it doing? I think that for me is the big thing with like shadows. Like, what does it do when I blur some shapes and not others, right? What is that actually doing for us? And it's like, well, it's putting some things in focus and some things not. If some things are less important, we can blur them. If they are important, we can't. But if you blur them too much, you might lose the form entirely, and maybe the form's important. And so you have this weird juggling act of like, okay, what is the point of my image? And sometimes it's really, and that's where I think like edges is like only one form of contrast, right? You also have values, and like that's the same thing of like adding a vignette does, right? You could also, if this is gonna be your painting, right? Here's my new painting, right? This is the focal point, so I'm gonna put stuff. You could also just completely different tactic, come in here and just blur everything that isn't in your focal point. You could just say, okay, all of this stuff around here, which I realize this is a weird blur brush, all of that is not in focus. But this is. So now only stuff in the circle is in focus. It's the exact same effect. You're creating a vignette, but you're doing it by softening edges instead of changing values, right? It's the same. I just, two different solutions to the same problem, right? But this one was an edge problem. So I'm using edges, or blurring the edges of everything evenly, to draw our focus into the sharp edges. But even in here, I can still have some soft edges. So I think when you start thinking of painting as like a tool, right? Everything that you can do is a tool at your disposal. Like how are you directing the viewers? Are you doing it with lighting? Are you doing it with edges? Are you doing it with shapes? Maybe you want to tweak a shape. It's not, instead of, maybe I want to make this a nice crisp edge, that just really just is going to pop that edge. It's going to bring our eyes straight down. But maybe I just want to change the color, right? It's still soft, but maybe it's just a streak of color now. Same thing, right? You're just guiding the eye in a different way. You're just using color versus edges versus value. You know, again, if you do a vignette, maybe you do all of it. Maybe you have a vignette that is blurry, low contrast, and it's really heavy-handed and guiding your eye. And then in the middle, you have these super crisp shapes, you know, that are just popping in contrast. And it's like, you know, like, sure, maybe it'll look stupid, but like, there you go. Now your eye is guided successfully, because you've blurred everything, you've vignetted it, you've pointed directions, you know. So I think that's where like the fundamentals to me are like really shine. It's like they aren't just like pick a spot and call that your horizon line and you know, vanishing points go here. That's not, they're not arbitrary. They do things. They change things. And sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's for story, sometimes it's for directing the viewer. Sorry if that was a big rant. But like right here, for example, I'm bringing in this little hard edge right here. But also, do I want it too hard edge? Probably not. So I'm going to soften this because this is just a weird shape. This is kind of just an occluded area. I feel like the movie Rescuers Down Under is really good at landscape storytelling. Yeah, probably. It's been a long time since I've watched the movie Rescuers Down Under. It was a good one, though. I remember enjoying it. Yeah. Storytelling, also just that term, is tricky, I think, for me as like a communicator of art. I think I'm a communicator of art. It's a tricky one for me because there's different types of storytelling, right? There's literal, like, narrative storytelling, which is like, you know, you could have something like, you know, person A does something to person B. They punch them or something, right? That's like straight up story. Like, why did they punch them? They punched them because person B took person A's candy and they're, you know, holding the thing off and they're holding them back and they're like, stay away, and the person's getting at them. Like, you know, and you can see why they're doing it. That's like obvious storytelling. But you also have storytelling like this. This to me is another type of storytelling. The lighting. It's not so much as story, but it's communication, right? Just at its most pure form. This light is communicating by casting a shadow, showing the form, showing what is this thing. Well, now you know it's a pipe because you can see the shadow of the pipe, you can see the light on the pipe on the edge, and like just by putting that lighting there, I think that's a form of storytelling also, right? You know something about what's happening in the environment and what the environment is because of the way that it's depicted, right? If I didn't put that here and I didn't put light here, you might not know if this pipe sticks out of the wall or not, or is it just in flush with the wall. It's hard to tell. But the second I put light here, you know that it sticks out of the wall, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't have a shadow. Not like that anyway, right? If it were just this color, it could just be a hole in the wall. And so that to me is another type of storytelling. It's not like a big story, but it's you're using art things to tell, like, you're communicating. Anyway, and that to me is like, I don't know, I guess when I use the word storytelling, I kind of mean all of them. So yeah. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Stoic says, as good a tangent as any. Explaining the utility of horizon lines is important. Yeah, I mean, in any other art thing, right? Especially in relation to camera perspective. Yeah, I mean, it's the utility. That's a good way to put it. The utility of any choice, right? The utility of soft edges versus hard edges. Like, that utility can be directing your eye. It can be creating a sense of mood, right? It can do lots of different things. And you choosing when and why, like, that's I think for me that was probably the harder thing. I mean, again, it's not like I've grasped it perfectly and I've got it down to a science. Like, no, of course not. I don't want to sound pompous over here. But I do think that understanding that those things have utility at the very least, and starting to understand what the utility of those things are, right? When do you put a shadow? This is, I mean, again, I ramble about this almost every stream, but like, where do you add detail? Detail isn't just some fancy thing that you do because it makes it sparkle. I mean, maybe a little bit, but like, it has a utility, right? It can help also show form, right? If you detail around, again, if you have a person, right? Here's a person, I'm going to draw them really funky. Here's their shirt, right? That's a weird looking shirt, but whatever. Where you add detail might be the difference of showing, oh, this person, they're going to have a bit of a belly by I'm wrapping around the form, right? And as you get up here, the belly is going to go the other way, and like I'm going to show like the detail isn't just frivolous, it's showing the form of the t-shirt, right? And maybe because sometimes maybe the shirt hangs down on the side and it still creates that square edge. It's not always the case that the edge will follow the rest of the form. Maybe it's bunched up here, right? The detail can help show that because you're choosing to describe it. So like maybe you don't need to put the detail everywhere, but you choose to put it in spots that it's going to be useful, right? Which might be things like around the edges or somewhere, like that's a silly example kind of, but not everything needs to be described. Sometimes you describe it with detail. Sometimes you describe it with light and shadow. Like in this image, right? I put a little bit of light here to help show how far out it sticks, and then I showed this to show that the thing is casting a shadow, right? And it's like, okay, well that shows the form a little bit. I really like the storytelling thing of time, history, movement. Yeah, all of that. I mean, there's so much cool things you can do with pictures. It really is, to me, I think it's just more amazing that there's so much you can do with pictures. A little line can change how you perceive something, or a little bit of smudging can change how you perceive something, or a little bit of color, or a little bit of, right? Again, it's just the utility of all these things. I think that's a good word. Utility. Okay, water wheel. Water wheel reference idea. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, some of those are cool. Yeah, that's kind of neat. It sticks out a lot. Yeah, I like that. That's probably definitely as a focal point, right? I mean, as a focal point, that is just massive. It's industrial. It doesn't feel like it feels like it's this modern marvel of just pure coolness. Um, yeah, which is pretty neat. Put a little bit of light up here. Can also probably add something like this. I think this probably is not a very well drawn, not very well drawn in perspective. Because I think that the issue here is that this edge should be like this. Right? If this were... Because if this were the same, you wouldn't. This would be behind it. Have I looked at the manga Blame? Yeah. Gosh, this is the issue here, isn't it? I didn't even realize that, but basically this one is behind the wheel, right? The wheel sticks out, and this one is in front of the wheel. And so you get this weird stair stepping, you know, it's like this here, 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 right? You have these literal stairs. Yes, I found the issue. Yeah. So the question is, but like how, I mean, I guess I could make this go in front, but then do I want to though? I don't know if I like it in front. Yeah, I think I found the issue. I mean, again, it's not inherently an issue. It's just it's an issue because it looks like a mistake, which it is, right? It's you could build that thing, right? You could literally build something like that, but it would look weird. Giving each structure a different purpose. Yeah, I mean, I could by changing something over here more or changing something over here, and you know, again, maybe I stick one out over here even more to like really give a big foreground structure, and it kind of makes up for it, you know? Like, okay, well, you know, who cares if the other thing doesn't, you know? But I think it would be good to sort of try to fix this. Maybe I fix it just by... Here, I got an idea. I just need to introduce lines. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's definitely possible. Although, now I don't like this shape. Gosh, I like that less, though. I don't know. It's weird. I knew it was kind of a goof up. I mean, again, I could just put something like this, and maybe I do another shape over here. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe this shape. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's the... Maybe something like that. Now it's tucked away. That may not be as good, though, because it's less clear what it is. It's not as epic or whatever, but it's still a thing. I guess. That's looking better. Yeah, I mean, I don't like this much, but it does look better. I think it looks better anyway. I think also there's just like not a it's looking the shapes are worse, I think, which is why I don't like it as much, but they are more consistent. So this is like one of those things where the shapes are more believable, but they're less yeah, more believable shapes, but less appealing visually, in my opinion. So I don't need to be using so much dark color, but there. Little bit industrial stuff. A little bit there. What's going on over here though? Figure this out. I mean, we could just kind of come in here and massive wheel of some sort. This one can be a little more fancy, maybe. This massive metal structure. Or some negative shapes back here. Again, don't want it to look too much like a Ferris wheel, but that's, you know, I think it'll be okay. We do have a lot of Ferris wheel shaped stuff in the background. Which is okay, because there is something about, like, isn't it like in London, there's the giant London Ferris wheel? It's, like, iconic or something? I don't actually know. Isn't there a giant Ferris wheel in London? I've never been to London. Although, technically... Or no, it's Paris, isn't it? It's Paris. There's a Paris Ferris wheel, I think. Isn't that the famous one? This is exactly where Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came from. There's one in London. Oh, and in London? London and in Tokyo. Okay. But anyway, I guess the point I'm making is this kind of gives it like big city vibes, but also not the fun, entertaining stuff that you might think of with those big cities. So like I think the Ferris wheel look can almost give you like massive established industrial city as a not just like, oh look, it looks like a fun place. I mean, it does. I don't know. Maybe it's broken down. Maybe the Ferris wheel is has literal holes in it. A fantasy mining town. Yeah, it kind of has a little bit of that vibe, doesn't it? Yeah, definitely fantasy. Yeah, fantasy mining town for sure. And it's funny that this all came from a still life that we started, from Google Maps. Now, obviously, this is not what the thing looked like on Google. And some more down here. Yep, you got some good perspective and color bones from the image. Yeah. It definitely gave some ideas, right? With the big this thingy coming down was nice. And yeah, the colors was fun. I like that stuff. It's a lot of fun to just take a scene like a literal street and just start turning it into something else. Definitely some little dark spots with nooks and crannies, little drainage. We've got, I don't know why there would be sludge coming down this Ferris wheel if here this water wheel if it's out of commission. So we don't want to make any too logical mishaps there. What else can we do? Maybe smoke coming down here, so there's some smoke in the distance billowing. So some of this stuff is still clearly in function, but like maybe there's certain plants still running, but the town more or less has been abandoned by all the people. So yeah, we get some of the big billows of smoke. Yeah, I mean, I think this feels more backgroundy to be honest, than like I normally paint. So there isn't. I wouldn't say there would be much of a story necessarily, other than maybe try to flesh out like the types of things. Like for example, if there's like old machinery or something, off to the side, little like maybe like a rat or something. I think if you want to do like narrative stuff like that where you do like a rat running across the scene, like down here, you could definitely do like an old, depending on what it is, like an old automobile that's all decaying, and to help show the times. Maybe a character, I don't know, maybe kids like to come and explore this area, and obviously it's dangerous. Maybe not all of them make it out. So maybe there's like, an old bicycle that's abandoned, like maybe there's yeah, maybe there's a vehicle parked that's kind of been long lost and left behind. Maybe someone decided to stop by, but they never left, any of that like imagery that helps show the the sort of abandonment of this place could work. Rats obviously. Again, maybe it's not totally abandoned, so maybe we do something like a footprints or something in the sludge, and like, oh, there's been people here. There's no people here right now, but there have been. You know, or if we want to do the sense of this is where, to me, when I talk about like problem solving in art, there's obviously the, how do I paint it? How do I solve my perspective issues? How do I solve my compositional issues? But there's also just like digging deeper into what your narrative is, right? That's a problem. Like what if I added a ladder here going down into this pit, right? I could add a ladder here, but what would that do for the narrative, right? Would that make this place look like some, maybe people come and explore this place? You're like, well, now what's down there, right? Is that something that I want, right? That's something that I have to decide, like, okay, now let me dig deeper into this image, and what do I actually want in this image? Is that something I want in this image? Because if it's not, I just shouldn't add the ladder there, right? Similarly, I could add other elements to enhance some sort of story. But I think a lot of the problem solving would just be figuring out what the story is. Right now, I don't have that, right? I don't have... All the wheels are on the same grid. Oh, are they? Yeah, they are. They are. They are all on the same grid. I did the thing! No, it's easy. It's so easy to do. It really is. Yeah, we can add another one here. Yeah, all the wheels are on the same grid. You're right. It's very easy to do, right? It's like you figured out how to draw something once, and then you're like, I'm just going to keep drawing it, instead of having to draw it in a different way. Yeah. Having... Maybe we... But, I mean, yeah. Maybe we put some additional shapes here to help show that. I don't know. Maybe we do some interesting building shapes to sort of combat that. I don't know. But yeah, that's a goof. Although you could argue that this one, I mean, if it's a little bit of a change, I could probably make it go that way. Yeah, I think flipping this one it wouldn't take much, right? Yeah, we could do that. We could flip it like this, where this comes towards us. I mean, honestly, all it would take is, well, almost very little. I mean, it kind of could be this way, right? Like, depending on what we do, if I push this into the background and bring this stuff a little bit more towards us, now it is, right? Now it is the other way. Because, right, I mean, it was kind of a graphical shape. So yeah, we could do something like that. I don't know if I... I mean, this one's a little hard to tell, but yeah, it's a little bit of the underside of the wheel. Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect, but hopefully it will read a little bit more like it's this way a little bit. It's hard because it's overlapping here. If I made it actually overlap, it would be very obvious, but I don't want it to overlap. I want it to be off in the distance. And so then it becomes a little bit less clear. Probably should be more skewed. Yeah, I think so. I think so. You're not wrong. Nope, not skewed. Distort. I don't know. I don't know how to change it. I should probably... That... No, that just doesn't look at all. Anyway, I don't know. I goofed up. I'll fix it later. I'm tired. I need to end stream. Actually, I probably won't fix it later. But I will. I'm gonna Also, this thing is weird. I don't know if I like that. I think, yeah, I think that needs to be pushed a little bit back. Let's do that. Let's go like that. I think that's better. That makes it feel... This is more backgroundy, but that's okay. Yeah, this is definitely... This is what I think of as, like, rather than just an environment design, it feels like an actual background of, like, an animation or something, right? Like, you could have a character climbing out of here, or... I actually kind of do like the idea of, like, a little ladder. I actually do like that. It's interesting. Wheels in person. It is, and it's also, yeah, I mean, I think I could do it better if I wanted to do this. Like, I mean, I could redraw it, you know, like that. But, again, I don't... I'm not quite sure what shape I want it to be in the image or where. This feels a bit like Arcane, and I'm here for it. No, I'm glad. I'm glad. I mean, it definitely it popped up, right? Talking about Arcane in a little bit, and Zon and all that. You know, definitely the city overrun by... Yeah, I think the big difference between this and Zon would be if this were Zon, or if this were the underground city, we would need a lot more uh things like this up there, right? A lot more things where if you have walkways, you have with these little negative spaces, lots of little metal walkways and intricate, the grates here wouldn't just be regular grates, they would be very, like that and stuff, like very intricate, almost like a spider web thing. You'd have lots of path walkways here. Wait, am I on the wrong layer? No, I'm on the right layer. Right, you'd have lots of little things like this everywhere that you could walk. A lot of stuff like that. What else do they have? They have lots of... Well, yeah, true, they have some neon lights, yeah. But yeah, lots and lots of grates and things. Actually, the grates here, I kind of forgot. We should probably put some grates in, but not quite like that. But yeah, they have a lot of that shape that almost makes it feel like a spider web, like a... in purple. Yeah, I mean, we have a reference here. It's obviously it's just one of many, but yeah, they do have lots of lights. There are lots of little lights down here, but yeah, they have lots of these little oh, can you guys see this? No, you can't. Oops. They have lots of these little Also, I don't know if this is official art or not. I think it might be. It was from that massive thing where it scrolls up from top to bottom. But yeah, they have lots of things, just little shapes, but also pipes with lots of connector bits, little glowy stuff. And of course you have the above area. But yeah, anyway, I think it's cool. All right, well, we're gonna delete that. Maybe I will add these grates here. If it wasn't toxic and violent, I would want to live there. Yeah, it's probably not an ideal place, but you know what? That's okay. foundations of these buildings could be more cracked. Actually, that's something that I didn't do much of. There's these buildings don't really have any foundation. It'd be kind of cool to do like a texturing around the edge of them. Where like maybe the stuff is getting destroyed and cracked and it's falling apart. And you have again, same thing here, right? Lots of discoloration and just grime and not pleasant shapes, not pleasant colors. Maybe even some darker colors down here. Some textures. Maybe some more vignette stuff down here. Something like that. Anyway, that's fun. I had a good time with this painting. I think it's time to call it a day. It is pretty cool though that we started out our reference for this, you know, again, I like this because I never know what I'm going to paint when I start doing these, but this was our initial starting point. We did I mean, it's funny, we even got the color palette in here. Oh. Right, we even got the color palette in there. Look at that. I think that's fun. Oh, you guys can't see that. There. But yeah, look at that. That was our starting point. It's just literally a slope with a road. I mean, it's you know, you don't need much, you know, just something to say, hey, that looks a little toxic. There's this stuff running down the side of the hill. Okay, well, let's turn it in. Let's start making shapes and doing things, you know. Obviously, we didn't, you know, match it 1-to-1. Pretty quickly I abandoned the reference, but you know, worked out. I like this stuff. I might do more of this. I don't know if I'm gonna do this. What I might do next stream, so I don't know if I'm gonna do this again next stream. I may just go back to our regular thumbnailing, but I might do more of this. Alternatively, I might do like a work day stream where I try to finish up some paintings, polish them up, basically make Instagram posts. Maybe not do that on stream, but like, you know, just polish up some of the paintings. Maybe I'll work on this for another 20 minutes. Maybe I'll work on the one that we did last stream for another 20 minutes. Basically just get them, you know, enough done that I am happy with uploading them somewhere. Again, they don't need to be super polished. They're just more or less sketches, but, you know. I have a lot of work that I feel like is almost to the point where I'm happy to just, you know, totally put a bow on it and be like, all right, I'm done for now. But, it would be fun. Especially something like this, you know, just putting in some little hints of, like, rats or, you know, there's lots of little things we could put in that would go, you know, go a long way, I think, to tell a story. But yeah. Okay. Let's rate somebody. So, yeah, I stream 3 days a week, Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Mondays, Thursdays, Saturdays. So yes, next stream is Saturday. Same time, same place. If you ever miss a stream but you want to catch it, I do also stream on YouTube. And thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the support, for the sub. It means a lot. Every little bit helps, and